Kincade and Salciunas is on the air. Broadcasting live on the Fanatic app and YouTube channel. Here are your hosts, John Kincade and Andrew Salciunas. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Yes, we are here. Good Monday morning to you. Not the same energy and excitement. Well, the energy will be there, but the excitement that we had last Monday, not feeling the same today, Johnny, even though the Flyers are not done yet. Flyers are up 3-1. Flyers can win the series
not
tonight.
Done yet? They're up
Flyers
3-1.
can win the series tonight. Of course, last Monday when we came in, it was after the Saturday night Game 1 win. The Sixers game last Sunday didn't necessarily go all that well, but we at least had the Flyers to be excited about. Today we're coming off of 2 losses. Sixers lose yesterday in a big way, 32 points again. That's second time now. They're down 3-1 in their series to the Boston Celtics. We got to see the return of the big man yesterday. We'll talk about it all, but not such a great weekend. At least you had a good time Saturday at the Flyers game.
Had a good time
before
at
the
the
loss.
game. Yeah, had a good time going to the game. The Flyers put on quite a show as far as it was a real nice night out. Had a great time. And I know Sean Brace was having a great time pregame.
Yes, he was.
I had a little run on some cards that delayed us coming over from Live Casino.
Oh, is that right?
So that was I was wanting to come over and join him on the pregame for a little bit before pregame started.
So when you're on a heater, you can't leave it.
I'm not leaving the table.
No, you can't.
I'm not leaving the table, and I think it was 170, around 170.
Oh, okay.
So you don't walk away.
No,
you don't walk away.
No, you don't.
So,
Right
but it was a great night. Not a great night for the Flyers, though. They played. I think they played okay. They should have won the game. And a guy who has won a ton of games for them lost a game for them.
Yeah, and who knows? Did he deal with whatever took place in Game 3? He was getting beat up and banged up a little bit, or it might have just been a bad night. And
it was
look,
a bad night.
The Penguin, like Sidney Crosby, scores a goal. He played really well. So maybe
It was a night. Look, you weren't going to sweep you weren't supposed to sweep the Penguins. You could have swept the Penguins.
It was a last-ditch effort from the Penguins to try to keep the series alive. Game 5 tonight, 7:00. Listen live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Hopefully the Flyers get the job done tonight. And
That'd be nice.
And then we move on. So let's break down the entire weekend. We'll start with the Sixers because that was the most recent one. They played last night.
Did they?
Against the Celtics.
Did they?
They were there. They showed up.
They did. There was a game last night.
128-96, the final. So they lost by 32 points for the second time in this series alone. Peyton Pritchard was just freaking ridiculous.
Don't play Sundays is the key.
Yeah, exactly.
For the
That
Sixers.
hasn't worked out for
On
them.
the Lord's Day, the Sixers rest.
Yeah.
That's what I
doesn't
figured.
necessarily go well for him.
They rest, yes.
Pritchard, 32 points yesterday. He was just unconscious from 3 early on. Jason Tatum was a beast yesterday. Jaylen Brown was a beast yesterday. The Sixers just had no answer. Even though the big man was back, Joel Embiid comes back, 26 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 assists. If you watch the game, it wasn't pretty.
I admire the big man doing everything he can to come back. So I have a lot of admiration for him. The Sixers look like crap with him. That's my dime store analysis.
You know what it looked like?
The Sixers looked so much better without him.
You know what it looked like? And let's not act like they didn't look really good with him at points during the season this year.
No, they did.
Remember early on when Maxey and Edgecombe, it was a lot of fun, and then Embiid and Paul George both came back the same game because they both started the season injured. And those first couple of games looked ugly. It looked like they were trying to figure out how to play with one another because here's VJ Edgecombe out of nowhere, and you're going, all right, this guy's got to play. Remember Dominic Barlow early on. This guy's got to play. Trenton Watford, this guy's got to play. And I think Nick Nurse was trying to figure out how to make it work, and it was ugly. But that was at least in October and in November, Johnny, not Game 4 of a playoff series where you're down 2-1.
Yeah, I don't understand, honestly, the plan. I don't understand the plan last night.
It was get the ball to Joe. And
that's stupid.
It didn't work.
That is stupid. That is now, to me, look, Nick Nurse wakes up this morning forgetting more basketball than I could ever hope to know.
Sure.
So I make that clear right off the bat. But even I could tell you that makes no sense with what you'd seen with Maxey and Edgecombe in this series.
It makes sense because you have the advantage at the big man position. The centers in Boston, they're not world beaters. But again, your center's coming off of an appendectomy.
Correct.
And
but you disrupted a flow that was going on in the series that was giving you life, energy. The Sixers had no energy, no life. Their offense looked plodding. The team looked plodding last night. It looked slow. It looked, to me, that makes no sense that the plan was obviously last night feature Joel Embiid. I don't get it. I don't understand that. To me, that made no sense.
My only thought is,
I don't like it.
And maybe this is too much tinfoil cap. Like, maybe they knew that Embiid wasn't going to be great in the third and fourth quarter because he's coming back from the appendectomy, so let's get him involved early, hope that he can make an impact. It backfired. They were down 34-18 by the end of the first quarter.
After what you saw in Game 2 and Game 3, if someone could explain to me why you thought that was what you wanted to do, I'll take the explanation. I don't buy it.
No, they were hurt by his presence.
That makes no sense to me because Game 2 and Game 3 gave you so much promise. But the series has gone exactly like I said. I wrote it even in our pre-show notes that I sent out before the game even started yesterday. I thought this series would go the Sixers. The Sixers made me so proud Friday night.
Mm-hmm. Even with the loss.
Even with the loss.
Yeah.
I was so damn proud watching. I am so excited to watch the career of VJ Edgecombe. And I am so proud of the player that Maxey has become. I am so intrigued by what the Sixers can be. And Friday night, even in a loss, I was like, damn, I am proud of these guys. I was glued and like I was into it.
Yeah.
And at times I thought they're not winning this game. They're just not winning this game. But they somehow managed to fire me up. And then it just yesterday was I didn't understand.
Joel Embiid's presence changed how they played that game, and they should not have done that. I'm not saying Joel Embiid shouldn't have come back. It's just the fact that they said,
no.
All right, we're going through the big man as if he's been here. It wasn't the best idea by Nick Nurse at all, and now you find yourself down 3-1 heading back to Boston. Game 5 of that series is tomorrow night at 7:00. So not a fun Sunday night watching Sixers basketball yesterday.
No, it wasn't. It was that was a big letdown.
Yeah,
I thought there'd be two blowouts in the series, though. We've had our 2 blowouts now. Hopefully, they can find a way to get a win on Tuesday night.
Yeah, that would be nice.
It'd be nice
just to extend the series a little bit. So that's the Sixers. Then there's the Flyers. Flyers had their game on Saturday, like you mentioned. Vladar wasn't his best, but there's no worry, right? Like we're good.
No, I'm not worried in the least. I would suggest, though, as was brought up by John Marks, that Bill Colarulo,
a walk of shame,
needs to be duct taped. And I'm telling you, Ricky needs to. I mean, it needs to be a swirly or whatever. The stupid broom. Stop it with the broom crap. You're the Flyers. You're upsetting the Penguins in the series. You're up 3-0. You whistle past the graveyard and up with the broom stuff. And I swear to you, I'm like, stop.
Wait, you think he jinxed him?
I'm saying with the broom. Don't take it there, because then what does he do? I wonder if the series is really over. I'm getting a little anxious. You can't do broom stuff one day and then was the series really over the next? If you're bringing out broom at 3-0, you're saying the series is over.
Yes.
So you can't sit on the fence then and be anything like, then you have to continue with the same bit and say series is over. You can't do, could the series be open again? Could the Penguins be back in it? You have to say, if you say broom, your talking points must remain the same.
Oh, yeah. Series is over, Johnny.
You know what I didn't do? I didn't do broom stuff when it was 3-0. Series is over.
Series is over.
The Flyers will win the series. But I didn't do broom because I knew it could still get scary. And I would not be shocked in the least if we were coming in here tomorrow talking about a Penguins win tonight.
Yeah, that
wouldn't
building,
be shocked.
That building's going to be ridiculous.
Exactly.
And I know you
point
shocked out that there's no such, well, it doesn't really matter all that much home ice.
Right. In hockey, it doesn't matter. But I would not be shocked at all if that did happen. And I honestly still don't believe that the Flyers would lose the series.
Yeah.
So to me, that's where I'm at, though. But I hope that Ricky gives him a nice, good scolding.
Yeah, that would be nice. Speaking of Ricky and giving scolding, we're doing it's a melting pot day today. It
really is. Melting pot, great spot,
Flyers today, Sixers tomorrow games. Flyers-Sixers reaction from over the weekend. How about the Phillies finally broke the losing streak, guys?
Hell yeah.
And then they immediately lost again.
Oh, did they lose or did they just totally get their ass kicked.
Well, Aaron Nola got his ass kicked. Phillies dropped 2 of 3 to the Braves, so the losing streak is finally over. It reached 10 games. Then they get the win in Game 2 of their series against Atlanta, and then yesterday, Aaron Nola gives them no chance. Three runs in the first, 3 runs in the second. A team that's struggling offensively, being down 6-0 after 2 innings. Not really the best recipe. Aaron Nola looks absolutely cooked. And that's a scary, scary sight to see. Even though our relationship with Aaron Nola in this city has been wishy-washy for years, a lot of it has to do with people don't like his style of pitching, and that's fine. Like, you like the Paul Skeens 101,
sure,
ridiculous sweeper.
Who
yeah,
would?
Exactly. Like,
who wouldn't?
And his own teammate, Zach Wheeler. We see how Zach Wheeler pitches, and we go, wow, look at the two differences in what Wheeler's doing, what Nola's doing. And there are people that like the style of Wheeler's pitching. Hey, hand raise me. But
yes,
when
everybody loves power.
When he looks cooked, that's bad.
I would tell you, I thought it was the easiest, and I said it on the air. I thought it was the easiest wager I've ever made with Connor. The before the year, I did not think that there was going to be a really reason to worry about that. Aaron Nola was going to suddenly be this guy, that he was going to be a guy that we could count on, that he was going to be a guy that was going to be able to have an ERA that was going to be in the 3s.
Yeah,
I just thought, I didn't think he's going to be, and I still think he's going to be better than last year, even after yesterday. I think he's going to be better than last year.
Right now, the numbers, the numbers aren't saying that.
But he's horrendous, and he doesn't make anyone miss bats.
No,
and that's the key.
No,
is that he's not fooling anybody, and they've only got 4 more years of the contract.
Yep. Well, and a half, because this
that's
year,
great.
This year
4.5 more years of that contract. So great job, Pobo.
Yeah,
great job on that contract.
Dave Dombrowski. I've been saying it for 3 years now, living off his resume.
Oh my gosh!
And it's going to lead to people losing their jobs today.
Who?
Somebody.
Who?
So today's the off day. We talked about this last week. You know, what does the Braves series do for jobs moving forward with the Phillies? Well, they dropped 2 of 3, so there's no jobs saved. The question is, who is going to be the one that's either the scapegoat or whatever? I don't know how they handle it. We talked about this a lot last week. Unless John Middleton makes the call, Dave Dombrowski's not going anywhere for the rest of the season. But today being the off day, which we talked about last week, they'll probably get through this series with Atlanta, and then it'll be the off day where they make the decision. It is – I don't think I ever want to guarantee somebody losing their job, but it feels very, very likely that it's either Thompson or it's Kevin Long or it's both, or somebody gets sent down like a player of note like an Alec Boehm. There's going to be news today for the Philadelphia Phillies, I would imagine, John.
Okay. Again, and can we start, and we're going to be very fair about this because we've been very, very clear about this. Rob Thompson is not the reason alone. It's not Rob Thompson being stupid that's causing the Phillies to be 10 games under 500.
No, it's Dave Dombrowski having another horrific offseason.
Look, Rob Thompson has not been good, and he's not been good, and he's presided over epic collapses. But the thing is, his team is lifeless.
Yeah.
His team has no energy. His team plays without any kind of heart and fire. And more importantly, the same stupid baseball we've seen for the last 4 years continues, and he holds nobody accountable. So to me, if they just continue to go the course and say, no, Rob Thompson's our guy, then you get what you deserve. You get what you deserve if they keep him here. And even now, ex-Phillies are coming out on social media. Thank you, Greg Luzinski, for saying it, that the hitting coach should have been gone already. Greg Long should be gone. He should be Kevin Long, excuse me. Kevin Long should be gone. Should be gone. There's no question he should be gone. It's a fascination. And when they talk about it on like the MLB network and things like that, boy, most hitting coaches would already be gone by now. He's not gone because the boys club likes their guy, likes their boy. It's ridiculous.
Well, and that's why he might be one of the guys that should be moved on from, because it lights a fire. Like, look.
And did you hear Thompson yesterday after the game?
We're fine.
No, but about Kevin Long.
Oh, he loves it. Oh, yeah. Yeah.
This team is horrendous.
He's one of the best.
They have one of the worst approaches at the plate the last 3 years. You could argue that the Phillies have one of the worst approaches at the plate, and they don't develop young hitters. They don't so I mean, And Rob Thompson's going to sit there and tell you, oh, no, we got one of the best hitting coaches in the game. Yeah, sure we do. Sure we do.
Nice to see Bryce Harper have a really good game the other day.
Bryce has had.
Right? Bryce actually playing well.
I think Bryce has had 4 or 5 moments in the past 2 weeks.
There's 2 hitters that are really coming up that are stepping up right now. It's Bryce Harper and Brandon Marsh. Those are the 2 guys that are stepping up.
And Brandon Marsh, if you talk about Connor, what would you? It's not a wagon. It wouldn't call it a wagon yet. But he's been on a sort of if you carry it over from last year, he's on a heater.
He's a good baseball player.
He's been on a heater, and Connor has always been a believer that he could be more than he was.
He's aging like fine wine.
He's trying to make you right.
Sure.
He's trying to make you right, Connor.
I think he's just a good baseball player. I'd throw half of Kyle Schwarber into the hitters that are working right now, too. I guess the power half, and that's really all he should be counting on.
Here's the problem with Schwarber right now, and I'm not panicking about Kyle Schwarber.
Bust?
It's boomer bust.
It's boomer bust, and that's how old power hitters go.
Like, you look at his game logs, it's either 1 for something, and that 1 is a home run, or it's 0 for 4 or 0 for 5. And last year,
missing a lot.
He hit the ball really well. Like, he had approaches at the plate where if he didn't hit a home run, like Kyle Schwarber had a good batting average last year.
Yeah, but this Kyle Schwarber can work where there isn't 6 or 7 other holes in the lineup.
Right, they went to the World Series with him hitting 190 something. I know, but it's just when the whole team is not hitting the ball well, like just boomer bust and making it 1-0 or 6-1 is not helping you right
Here's
now.
where I'm going to tell you that older power hitters, Kyle Schwarber's starting to show what older power hitters. Now, look, it's early. Yeah. And he can heat up, and he always does usually heat up in the warmer weather.
Yep.
But
what is it, June Schwarber?
But
yes.
the lack,
Fest.
But that usually means the power numbers, not the hitting for average numbers. The getting on base numbers bothers me with him because we saw a different approach last year. Hopefully we see more of that coming about because older power hitters, they tend to be the boomer bust guy that we're seeing right now.
Or he's trying to do too much like a couple other guys because everybody's freaking struggling right now. And the Phillies, again, make sure you're listening all day today, either with us or Middays with Marks or Unfiltered. There's something's going to happen today. Connor, do you believe that there will be some sort of move today, either a firing or somebody gets sent down of note?
Yeah, it would be weird if there wasn't a move. It would be. I don't know what that move is. To what level do they put this on the manager? It feels more player-driven at this point, but the culture doesn't feel good. The vibe doesn't feel good. I don't know. The Red Sox went out, and we're going to talk about it later. The Red Sox went out and beat the Baltimore Orioles by like 40 and then fired their entire coaching staff after. So if you have a premeditated decision where this has gone too far, this could be sweeping changes today. I have no idea, but everybody is on the hot seat, and anything could happen.
All right. Anything can happen.
They can't stay the course.
No, they can't.
They're the worst team in baseball with the 4th highest payroll that somehow is managing to crap themselves like this.
I'm not a big fire guy.
No, we don't do that on the show.
You have to do
this is terrible.
You have to do something today. You can't wake up Tuesday morning game day as if everything's okay, which is what the message from the ownership group, John Middleton himself, a couple of weeks ago, and the GM or the president of baseball operations. We were 1 pitch away. We were 1 bad throw away. We were 1 swing away. And we would have beaten the Dodgers and somehow moved all the way to the World Series and won. They won 1 game in a playoff series, and they thought that was it. We just ran into a good team, the wrong team. I listened to Dave Dombrowski. This is how psycho I am.
What is wrong with you, dude?
I listened to Dave Dombrowski's press conference this weekend from November.
Did you really?
The good club thing we keep on playing over and over again. We just ran into the wrong team.
At the wrong time.
What are you talking about, dude? You're going to run into that team. You're going to run into them this year. If you make the playoffs, you're going to run into them this year. You might run into them the next year, too, if there is a baseball season. So stop with this. We ran into the wrong team. The Dodgers are the Dodgers. They're there. And the way you lost is the same way you have been losing. All right. I don't want to.
It's all right. No, it's all right. We have so many things going on, though.
Yeah, and I don't want to forget the Eagles.
It's incredible. We have all 4 teams are giving us something on the plate today.
Eagles, we all obviously reacted to the drafting of Mekhi Lemon on Friday morning. It was a lot of fun. But they were busy this weekend, man. How about Eli Stowers, who Andrew DeCecco has been telling us about for weeks, months now, and Markel Bell, the tackle from Miami.
That he also has been telling us about.
So the Eagles, their day 2 picks were like Andrew DeCecco's specials. He's going to join us today at 9:05 to give us his full rundown of what he thought about the NFL draft. So the Eagles made some noise. They also made the trade for Jonathan Grenard,
which is really interesting. There is a lot of questions about, wow, how did he end up at the Sixers game? So I was speaking to someone around the Eagles this weekend, and you want to talk about how we think our executives are sometimes next level, like Howie Roseman? I was told by someone very much in the know that Howie Roseman did not want that trade announced, and the Vikings maybe got a little sweetener in the deal to not announce it.
Love that.
Because he did not want anyone knowing in the first and second rounds what the Eagles were doing, so that way nobody knew that the Eagles weren't potentially still in the market for an edge rusher. So that way nobody knew what the Eagles were doing on the board.
You don't have to sleep with a reporter to make that happen.
I did. Well, I was in a hot tub with this guy, but I'm not saying nothing happened.
Good work by Howie Roseman, man.
Nothing happened.
That's why he's one of the best.
There will be no holding hands pictures.
Could you imagine if you were one of those people that wanted him fired? Oh, wait. Sorry, that was me.
Look, it happens to everybody sometimes.
Coming up next, we just mentioned Eli Stowers. The Eagles selected the tight end of the future, we hope, right? Is he the next Dallas Goedert who replaced Zach Ertz, who replaced Brent Selleck, who replaced L.J. Smith, who replaced Chad Lewis? Do we have the next tight end in the line of very, very good tight ends in Eagles franchise history? Well, we have a former Eagle joining us early at 6:30 and a former Commodore. Jordan Matthews, who played for Vanderbilt, was a part of the Vanderbilt coaching staff last year, and, of course, former Eagle, will join us to talk about Eli Stowers and what he saw him as a person and as a player in college last year. It's Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The NFL draft wraps up. I'm Connor Thomas, and the NFL draft concluded over the weekend. The Eagles weren't just active with the picks. On top of the Eagles' 8 selections, they also traded 2 third-round picks for Vikings edge rusher Jonathan Grenard. They also signed him to a 4-year, $100 million extension after that move went down. Howie Roseman got a chance to talk about the draft as a whole afterwards.
You go into this understanding that you're going to come out of it with not everything perfect, but, that'll all sort itself out. We don't play our first game till September. And if we went into the draft and we filled every hole, we probably wouldn't have had a good draft.
It was a big weekend for the Eagles. We'll continue to react to it throughout the day. The Sixers lost to the Celtics 128-96 last night. Their second 32-point loss of the series. Joel Embiid did return in the game, but it was not nearly enough to find a win. The Celtics are now up 3-1. They could close out the series in Boston tomorrow night. Flyers missed the opportunity for the sweep Saturday night against the Penguins. Game 5 is tonight in Pittsburgh at 7 p.m. You can hear that live here on 97.5 The Fanatic as the Flyers just need one more win to advance. The Phillies, they found a win over the weekend and still lost the series in Atlanta. And with an off day today, speculation is growing about potential coaching changes. We'll have an eye on that all day long. Jordan Matthews joins us coming up next. He coached new Eagle Eli Stowers at Vanderbilt last year, so great breakdown from him. You don't want to miss it. This update is brought to you by Comer & Cross. Upgrade your garage in one day with Comer & Cross. Take 50% off installation now. Call 1-800-NEW-FLOOR or go to ComerCross.com. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and The Fanatic.
97.5 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
This hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented by Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White, they're here for the pro.
John, you want to know something crazy? Since 1997.
Okay.
All right, that's how we're going. We're going back to 1997.
I remember 97. You do not.
The Eagles have had a run with tight ends. All right, they had Chad Lewis. And what I love about what the Eagles have done, they've also played with one another, right? So Chad Lewis, and then Chad Lewis played with L.J. Smith, who then played with Brent Selleck, who then played with Zach Ertz, who then played with Dallas Goedert. And this year, Dallas Goedert's still on the team, and he'll be able to play a year with Eagles' second-round pick Eli Stowers. And so what the Eagles have done with that position, what they've been able to target, saying, hey, this is what we want a staple of year in and year out, it's been going on for almost 3 decades now.
A tradition like no other.
It's unbelievable.
I love it. I love it. I think it's great. And the young man that they got, I told you, is Andrew DeCecco has been talking about him.
For months.
An amazing talent.
And how about...
It's an amazing... I'm thrilled. I can't believe he lasted.
Yeah.
I did not think he was going to be there. Howie knows how to stay patient. I would have traded up to get him. When I saw the board, I was like, I would have traded up to get him.
And that's why Howie Roseman
Howie's
is the
smart.
best.
He knows. They study these things, and that's what they do. Because I would panic.
Yeah.
I'd be a bad GM because I would panic and go, I'll give up a pick to go get him.
Yeah.
He knew what other teams were going to do, and he waited.
Well, if you listen to his press conference, Eli Stowers, after he was selected by the Eagles, he mentioned a name that we know well in this city, former Eagles wide receiver, and he was a part of the Vanderbilt coaching staff last year. Jordan Matthews joining us 6:30 a.m. I appreciate you.
Coach Matthews?
Yeah, Coach Matthews waking up bright and early with us here on Kincade and Salciunas. Jordan, good morning.
Well, I live in Nashville now, guys, so it's actually 5:30 here. So, I really do care about the city when I
Damn right. You care about the city, man.
Call.
I love that.
Yeah, for sure.
And you care about Eli Stowers, clearly. The way Eli spoke on you during his press conference is amazing. So before we even start talking about the player, let's talk about the man because, I fell in love with him just watching his press conference. You were able to work closely with him last year with Vanderbilt. So tell us about the man who Eli Stowers is.
Yeah, no, Eli's great. The beautiful thing about him is I'm trying to figure out the best way to always encapsulate kind of just like his whole like body of work, how he moves, how he is like, but truly he has no loose ends. Like he is a very, very tight-knit group of friends. He's very close to his family. His faith is very real to him. It's very real. It's not one of those like I'm just going to kind of Bible thump you online, but then I'm doing whatever on the weekend and I'm cussing on the side. Like he's very serious about his faith. He's engaged. Like he's got a very quiet life, and he's all ball at the same time too. So there's really no loose ends with him. Like that's the beautiful thing about bringing a guy in like Eli. And I've had other teammates like this. I remember when when I was with the Niners, and obviously he came in with a little bit less notoriety, but he still had a lot of production. But it was Purdy. I remember when Purdy got there, because I was running with the threes, because I was switching to tight end. I'm trying to get on the roster. And I remember, like, dude, this kid is all ball. He's all family. He's all about his faith. He lives a very quiet life, but he can go. And so I knew he was going to work out. Well, the same thing happened when I got to Vanderbilt. They're like, hey, we got this kid that's a tight end, right? And Jordan, when you get here, you're going to be very impressive. And I'd watched him the year before make a bunch of clutch catches for us in the bowl game, in the Alabama game. So I loved him already. But, dude, I wasn't ready for what I was going to witness when I got there. He's a freak athlete. So we knew he was going to jump what he did at the combine. We knew what his broad was going to be, his vert was going to be. He plays with a very calm poise, too. So it's like, he doesn't have to play running at 4.5 all the time. He can play at a nice pace and still be extremely productive. So then we're like, he's probably going to run 4.5, and I don't think anybody's going to be ready for that. He might run 4.4. Then he runs low 4.5. So, the kid is just a great athlete, very intelligent, but more than anything about him as a person, he has no distractions. And I think that's extremely important for a young man coming into Philadelphia and looking to be successful.
Jordan has spent a lot of time in SEC country, and I know from watching the SEC games, it appeared that there was a very much consistency of him. Depending on the opponent, it didn't matter. This kid showed up, whether he was playing one of the lesser teams, one of the stronger teams. They weren't able to shut him down. He was obviously a focus, but there was nobody that was able to say, we're taking him away. He was, and Coach Saban obviously loved the kid with his analysis.
Yeah. Yes. You know, it was funny, too, because I've got a really good relationship with his dad, Don. His dad, Don's a great man, played ball, and you know, kind of coached Eli coming up. So we would always talk back and forth. You know, obviously everybody in the building was intentional about trying to get Eli. We wanted Eli to get the Mackey, right? But if you know the offense that, you know, Coach Beck had going through, you know, his college tenure, it was mostly the triple option. That's what they did a lot. That's why Diego fit so well in our system, because we did a lot of triple option. When I got there, I'm bringing in some, you know, pro concepts. Hey, this is what we did for me and Ertz when we were in the slot, you know, because he could kind of do what both of us do, like almost a mix, right? So I brought in a lot of concepts like that to the team. I brought in even some stuff that we did the Niners, like, hey, I think Eli can do this. And we incorporated some of those, and I guess it kind of made me look smart because I'm just trying to really just say, throw the ball, Eli, you know, and it would always end up working. But ultimately, like, he would pick up on things quick. I'm talking to Don, though, early on in the season, and Eli's having, like, you know, some production. He's like, man, like, I thought Eli was going to be having some more catches and yards at this point. We were just blowing out teams. Like, we went down to South Carolina, and I don't think any of us expected us to break that losing streak to South Carolina the way we did. We ended up, like, beating them by, like, 20 or something in Columbus. So we were winning these games, and we're like, we're not going to keep Eli out there. We want to make sure he stays healthy. I remember telling Don, I said, listen, wait till the back end of the season. We're going to be playing Texas. This Auburn team has a really good defense that a lot of people don't know about. Missouri's really good. We got LSU. We got some teams down the stretch that we're going to have to play, and Eli's going to play the whole game. I guarantee you he's going to end up getting that Mackey, because in the big moments we're going to have to go to him. And sure enough, the games got tighter. Eli got better, but he stays the same. Like, well, I shouldn't even say he got better, because he was always going to be able to produce that way. We just had to use him more, and he was going to be ready. He doesn't complain. He doesn't show frustration. The kid is stoic. Like, he's raised correctly. I can't say enough good things about him, dude. I've got 3 little boys. I've got 3 sons. And I've had the pleasure of being around some really, really good people. I loved my time around Bryce Young. That's an exceptional young man, very exceptional young man. And Eli Stowers. I used to tell those 2 guys all the time, hey, man, if my son grows up and is like one of you two, like, I would have done a great job as a dad. I told Bryce's dad that, and I told Don that all the time.
That's high praise.
I couldn't have been more blessed to be able to take my first year of coaching and spend it around Eli.
I love that, Jordan.
Well,
love hearing all that. Now, Jordan Matthews, former Eagle, former Commodore, who, of course, was on the coaching staff last year with Eli Stowers. Jordan, you played for Kyle Shanahan in San Francisco.
Sure did.
And the Eagles have a new offense coordinator in Sean Mannion. And Mannion is a lot like a Shanahan system, a McVay system, a LaFleur system. Yep. So how does Eli Stowers, because we know the tight end position is very important in those offenses, how does Eli Stowers just sort of step right into a system like this?
I think he's going to do a phenomenal job. I think that the beautiful thing about, you know, Kyle's system is it's so dynamic. I know that, and it's always interesting to see how guys will end up doing it at their specific places. I know that, you know, the Vikings don't do it exactly like the Rams do, exactly like the Niners. I would say the Niners really have, like, got really good at being positionless. Like, when I was there, you know, I went from the Eagles where we were spread out. You were going to have your big X. That was going to be like an Alshon. You were going to have your Z, who was going to be slender and fast. That was Torrey. And then, you know, you'd have Nelson kind of do a little bit of that. Then you'd have your bigger slot, and that would be kind of like me, or, you know, Ertz was so good in the passing game. So Ertz would go from being a tight end and 11, But in 12, he could be just as dynamic as kind of like a big slot. Are we going to run? Dude, I got to the 49ers. I was like, I don't know what position any of these guys play. Is Debo's a running back? He's an X. Like, I've never seen an X look like that. Ayuk is, like, lined up outside. Now he's going for a jet sweep, and he's taking it to the house. I still don't know what position Kyle Juszczyk plays. I think he's a tight end masquerading as a fullback, but every time he gets the ball handed to him, he's productive. Raheem Mostert's a track star. So then you get to Kittle, and this is going to be the part about Eli that I think is so cool, is like Kittle is like that. Vernon Davis, like, remember when Vernon was he wowed people because it's like, how is a tight end this athletic? We used to just think of a tight end as an extension of the O-line. A tight end, to me, I feel like the tight end was just a secondary, like, position. There's no disrespect to tight ends, but I'm just saying this is what I saw. When I was growing up, the tight end was always the big receiver that wasn't fast enough, so we'll put him at tight end, or he was the old lineman that wasn't big enough, so hey, let's put him at tight end. Or he was the basketball player that couldn't quite make it at basketball, but he was kind of let's put him at tight end. It is such a primary number one option position now, and I believe, like, watching Vernon Davis, watching Shannon Sharp, those guys that could just be a tight end but were dynamic athletes, I feel like that was kind of the start of it. You get down to Kittle, that dude will block his tail off, but that dude could put a release on you in a second. He can beat – I've seen clips of him beating, like, number one corners. There's a clip we played the Patriots, and he had, like, a deep sail route on the backside versus Stephon Gilmore. This is when Gilmore's with the Patriots, like elite Stephon Gilmore. He gets up on him, gets to an edge, breaks on the out route, catches on the sideline, and it was like kind of like the same catch Eli had. I've seen it circulate now. He had this same type of play versus LSU. Like, people don't realize how dynamic of a route runner sometimes George Kittle is. Watch that Thursday night. No, it was a Monday or Thursday night game. They played the Cowboys. George Kittle scores 3 touchdowns versus the Cowboys. I think it's Monday night. Watch some of the routes that he was putting on tape in the red zone. Like, you have to be a dynamic tight end to play in that system and be successful. So truly, I think even more so, he fits what that 49ers offense wants in a tight end. When I went to Kyle, and I was a receiver, and this is like, I had some injuries. I don't know what it is, man. When I put the midnight green on, I could be productive. I put other jerseys on, I struggled, man. I don't know what it was, dude.
Dude, you had 16 touchdowns in your first 2 seasons with the Eagles.
Listen,
unbelievable.
I'm telling you, dude, I put that midnight green on, and I just changed. But listen, I'm at the Niners, and my first year was all right. I'm just kind of getting acclimated in that system, but I never could get on the field and really duplicate what I was able to do in Philly. And so when I thought about changing positions, really it made a lot of sense to me, because what I did at the receiver position, I was still physical enough to block in the run game. It was almost as if I kind of fit better as a tight end in San Fran than I did as a receiver. And that was the honest conversation I had to have for myself. I talked to Kyle about it. He said, let's put some weight on you. And then he signed me, and helped me stay in the league for a little bit longer.
Jordan, I'm not to try to violate.
No, please.
Not to try to violate a confidence here.
Yeah.
Did Howie
You're
Howie Roseman call you on Eli Stowers?
No, he
never
didn't, actually.
Wow.
No,
I'm shocked.
I actually called him.
Okay. Because I can tell you this, I would have went and called my stockbroker asking to buy some Eli Stowers stock. Hearing you talk,
Yeah, it's amazing.
No, I mean Howie knows what he's doing. So I actually called Howie. It was during that we didn't make the college football playoffs, and I just reached out to him. I said, look, we've got this young man who's phenomenal. Okay. And, like, personally, I know it's a different day and time. I don't think he needs to play in the bowl game, because if we would have made it to the college football playoff like we thought we were going to, obviously he would have played. But once they kept us out, there was really no need for Eli to play in a bowl game, in a Senior Bowl. It just wasn't. And so I actually reached out to Howie, and I say, we got to. in very short, how it was kind of like, it's not gonna hurt him. I think that let me kind of know.
Oh, okay.
Because I felt like we had the relationship enough to where if he needed to see more, I feel like Howie would have said that young man needs to play in this game. But he really just said me like, hey, like, listen, I think a young man like that is not going to hurt him. Good. So I think that's kind of when I got the idea. Well, I think they like him, but I didn't realize that he was going to actually be able to land it. I told everybody, I went number 42. You couldn't have told me Eli was going to last past 42. No way.
I wouldn't have believed it.
Kudos to the Eagles, man, and obviously good for Eli and his family staying patient, and I know he's in a great spot now.
Oh, Jordan, listen, we really appreciate
Jordan.
this, man. You got up bright and early for us.
It's that hyperbaric chamber stuff.
Yeah, go.
I love.
You have your own company, the Hyperbaric House, man. That's awesome.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Shout out to the legend Terrell Owens, man. He put me on, and it's been a part of my recovery. Helped me play a long time, and so I'm trying to help the next generation play a long time as well.
I love that, Jordan. Thank you so much for the time, man. And great to hear all those nice things about Eli Stowers. We appreciate the time this morning.
No doubt, guys. Fly.
Damn right. There he is, Jordan Matthews. Dude, he never left Philadelphia. I know he bounced around. He's a 3-time Eagle. Do you remember that? He was a 3-time Eagle, 3 different tenures with the Philadelphia Eagles.
Philly sports trips. Next year, that trip to Nashville.
Dude, Jordan Matthews.
Jordan's got to be there. Jordan's got to be there with
the way he loves. You can tell he still loves this organization.
He loves them.
And remember that during his career, all the talk was, well, they keep bringing him back for Wentz, right? It was all about Wentz. Jordan Matthews clearly loves the Philadelphia Eagles. You heard him say it. When he put the midnight green on, he became a different player. He had 16 touchdowns in his first 2 seasons of the NFL. Unbelievable.
He loves being an Eagle.
Very highly of Eli Stowers. How about Jordan Matthews telling us that he called Howie? It wasn't Howie called him.
Yeah,
he called Howie.
I'm sorry, Connor, to run so late, but I had to ask that question because I was wondering, knowing Howie, how he turns over every rock, I'm like, if he heard that, Jordan Matthews' reputation obviously is very strong with Howie.
Yes.
So I'm like, they had to talk somehow, so I knew it had to come that way. Great. That's awesome. I feel really good about that. I felt good about the player. I can't believe it, but I would have had, like Jordan Matthews, I would have had an itchy trigger finger.
Yeah.
I would have been like, he's on the board. Go get him.
He was surprised that he went to 54.
I'm saying go get him. Go get him.
Yep.
There's the guy. Go get him. And then no move was being made, but Howie knows he's patient.
By the way, we should save the Vernon Davis portion because shout out to our man Andrew DeCecco, who's going to join us at 9:05.
He literally would use that.
He said Eli Stowers is like Vernon Davis. He probably said that on this show 5 different times.
Yes.
So credit to Andrew DeCecco. I mean, that's why he's one of our favorites, especially when it comes to draft talk. He is our favorite. And basically a very similar talking point to a guy that was literally worked with Eli Stowers. We know it in football. The coach, the position coach, is usually closer to a player than the actual
no questions
head coach.
asked.
So Jordan Matthews, who did turn into a tight end, if you guys don't remember, he turned into a tight end late in his career. He worked closely with Eli Stowers last year.
That's awesome.
And spoke that highly of him. That's really cool.
What a sales pitch.
Yeah, dude, seriously.
What a sales pitch.
He pitched Eli Stowers more than his own hyperbaric chamber.
And at 5:30 in the morning, are you kidding me?
Damn right.
Yeah, go see Jordan Matthews out there
whenever you're in Tennessee.
In Brentwood.
Also, the combination Jordan Matthews, Zach Ertz.
Dude. And this style of offense, right? The Kyle Shanahan scheme. And he said it. They all do their things a little bit differently, but it all comes back to that same base of the tree, right? And it's the tight end is used, and it's not just to his point, hey, you're blocking.
He
and
says you don't know what he's going to – you don't know what he's going to be here.
Yeah, which is great.
He could be anything here, and that's the beauty of it.
Damn right, man.
Gosh, it's so awesome.
Thanks to Jordan Matthews.
Yeah, that felt great.
Yeah,
that was all good job. That was a good wake-up.
After the Sixers and Flyers this weekend and the Phillies this weekend, that was nice. I appreciated that.
I think you can tell why Jordan Matthews is going to be, if he wants to do the coaching as a big thing, is going to be successful at it. Because he could go into a house, he could recruit.
Absolutely.
He could get you fired up.
So Stowers, not the only selection the Eagles had over the weekend. Mekhi Lemon, first-round pick. We reacted to that Friday morning. Stowers, their second-round pick. Markel Bell, another Andrew DeCecco specialty. That dude is gigantic.
He's huge.
He's bigger than Jordan Mailata.
He's bigger, yes.
Which, that's crazy within its own right. They did not have any fourth-round picks because they used them to trade up for Lemon. Fifth-round pick, they selected Cole Payton, quarterback out of North Dakota State.
Which I was saying go for the quarterback.
At that
point,
quarterback
right before the
controversy, John?
Well, no. It was just I think
keep the main thing.
Could you see a quarterback move coming? We'll
right,
see.
for Tanner McKee goes elsewhere. They drafted a guard, Micah Morris, in the 6th round, and then you had your 7th-round picks. But the real cool story, I don't know if I'm saying it right, Uar Bernard?
I'd imagine.
Uar, that's how I was saying it.
Uar Bernard, much like Jordan Mailata, was the international selection.
Right.
He's from Nigeria. And as the Eagles write on their website, PhiladelphiaEagles.com, a physical specimen, 6'4", 306 pounds, but has 6% body fat. Not all of us are that lucky.
That's how Connor describes himself on the dating apps. A physical specimen.
Correct.
So hey, who knows? Let's see what happens.
See what he can do
with him, man.
Yeah, that's it.
Eagles have found ways to hit on those.
I'm very
late-round
excited.
picks.
Jordan made me very excited there.
All right, coming up next, we'll get back to everything. All right, it was a busy weekend in Philadelphia.
I feel better though. Jordan Matthews made my Monday better.
Hell yeah, he is. Hell yeah, he is.
And 5:30 in the morning, waking up in Brentwood, that was awesome.
Damn right. Thank you, Jordan Matthews.
There's some great neighborhoods right outside of Nashville you'd like to live in.
I gotta check those out. All right,
tax-free.
To start the 7 o'clock hour, are we reaching major changes? Now, you can tell me which team I'm talking about.
Which one?
Because we have the Sixers. Don't want to get too ahead of myself, but they're one bad loss away from major changes. The Phillies, we could see major changes today. We could see a major change on the ice before tonight's game.
We're going to.
It's Kincade and Salciunas. We'll talk about it all. You can text into the Davis Honda text line, Field of Davis Difference in Burlington, by texting 610-632-0975. Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
I know that Dan White and Associates, they've been changing lives for almost 4 decades by specializing in retirement and financial planning because they address each client's unique needs individually. Meaning, if they're talking to people like me, they're talking to you about getting to the financial finish line, helping you make decisions that are going to get you that retirement that you've always been dreaming for. They're going to talk to other people about financial planning that's going to help them buy that next house or pay for the kids' college education. There are so many different ways that Dan White and Associates help people, whether they have these educational seminars throughout Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Maryland, where you go have a nice meal, listen to them, talk about what they can do for their customers, and then you can have your own complimentary no-risk consultation. Dan White and Associates, they take a unique approach to every single customer, and that's what's great about it. Because financial conversations sometimes can be a little bit awkward. But I promise you, with these folks, you're going to feel immediately like you're talking with friends. And then once you're in a relaxed conversation, you open up. And then you start getting results. That's danwhiteandassociates.com. Give them a chance to have that first conversation. It'll lead to a second, and then you will feel like you're in control of your financial future.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A busy weekend for the Birds. I'm Connor Thomas, and the NFL Draft concluded over the weekend. The Eagles weren't just active with making draft selections. On top of the Eagles' 8 picks, they also traded 2 third-rounders for Vikings edge rusher Jonathan Grenard, who then signed a 4-year, $100 million extension with the Birds. Howie Roseman talked about the moves the Eagles made both on the board and off, and now he has no regrets.
I don't really play a lot of what-ifs. I would just say feel really good about the decision we made to trade up for Makai. Feel really good about the decision we made to bring in JG here. Definitely no regrets.
So we'll see how that plays out. Still a long way to go till we get to the season. The Sixers lost to the Celtics 128-96 last night, their second 32-point loss of the series. Joel Embiid did return in the game, but it was not nearly enough to find a win. Celtics are now up 3-1. They can close out the series in Boston tomorrow night. The Flyers missed the opportunity for the sweep Saturday night against the Penguins. Game 5 is tonight in Pittsburgh, 7 p.m. puck drop, and you can hear that game live here on The Fanatic. The Phillies did finally win a game over the weekend, ending their 10-game losing streak, but they still lost the series in Atlanta. And with an off day today, speculation is growing about potential coaching changes. We're going to talk to Scott Lauber coming up at 8:05 about that. Andrew DiCecco at 9:05. This update is brought to you by Cirque du Soleil Lucia. Cirque du Soleil Lucia is coming to Oaks, a spectacular world of light rain and acrobatics. Get your Cirque du Soleil Lucia tickets on the Fever app. Go ahead and check them out. I'm Connor Thomas for The Fanatic.
Intelligent and John Connor, Kincade Salciunas, Phillies Sports Talk, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It is 7 a.m. here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic on this Monday morning. Just had Jordan Matthews on. Great conversation. He loves Eli Stowers, the person, the player, everything about him. So if you're excited as much as we are about the Eagles' second-round pick, the next tight end of hopefully 10 years in Philadelphia, you can check out the full interview on 975thefanatic.com, or you can go back on the YouTube after the show because we want you to watch us live.
Please watch us live.
But watch it later. Eli Stowers, the Eagles' second-round pick. Jordan Matthews spoke very highly of him. He was on the coaching staff with Vanderbilt last year and obviously a former Eagle, so he's got connections here. And he told us, you asked the question, who contacted who? He contacted Howie. I thought that was really cool.
And he contacted him around the Senior Bowl.
Right.
To say, because, he made the decision to not go to the Senior Bowl, which, by the way, was not well received by some. And I think that sometimes needs to be talked out because there are Harry Hard-on GMs that would look at that and say, that's bad for the kid. So it's good to see that he talked that out.
Yeah, which is definitely.
It's a high-character young man, though. From all indications, it's a great hire.
Absolutely. All right, let's check the Davis Honda text line. You can feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington, 610-632-0975. We've been busy this morning, so this is our first time checking. We'll also check the Dr. Avedon Appel Iron Mountain Men's Health poll of the day.
Which is always busy.
And then we'll get into a conversation about what major changes there could be today for a baseball team, today for a hockey team, and maybe later this week for a basketball team. What do we got?
This texter leads us off from Pennsylvania and says, not a shot at the big man, but, man, do they slow all the way down when he's in. It was a notable difference for the Sixers last night.
Completely.
Now hold on. Again, 3 weeks. When did the appendectomy happen? 2.5 weeks ago?
No, it happened. He played 16 days. He played 16 days after.
So 20 days ago, nobody was complaining about the pace of the Sixers because they were playing really good basketball. They were fighting for the 5th seed. And then the appendectomy happened. I'm guessing Nick Nurse thought, let's try to get back to where we were when we were playing our best basketball, which part of me understands that, but at the same time, we know who Joel Embiid is a lot of times when he first comes back. It's not usually always the most smoothest production. It isn't. And they tried force-feeding him way too much. That's the biggest problem I had with last night.
I'll tell you this, is Sean Brace is always entertaining.
Always.
In Middays with Marks. But Sean Brace had the freaking crystal ball out last week on this. Because he kept saying it, and I even brought it up on the show. I'm like, Sean Brace is all worried about Joel Embiid coming back. Well, damn if Sean Brace didn't have the crystal ball. Because I maybe said a few curse words with Sean Brace's name attached to them going, yeah, man, he was exactly right. Because they looked horrendous with him last night. They looked absolutely out of sorts.
So look, you look at the first quarter. If you're just doing box score watching, you didn't watch the game yesterday, you might think, wow, Embiid had a pretty nice day. In the first quarter, Embiid plays 9.5 minutes, right? He's 2.5 weeks after the appendectomy.
Which is, by the way, we're applauding that.
Right, that's like
I'm applauding that. I admire the fact that he's like, get me back there, let me be there. I admire that, and it puts an end to all the people who have ever questioned said he's tough.
Yeah, they always
toughness.
Say he's soft.
You can question other things.
Yeah.
But don't question toughness.
But you look at his box score, right? First quarter, he goes 3 of 5 from the field, 4 of 4 from the free throw line, finishes with 10 points. You're going, wow, that's really good. Until you see that Maxey took 2 shots.
And Edgecombe
took 2 shots.
Edgecombe was like non-existent.
Paul George took 4, and the majority of them came when Embiid was not on the court. Kelly Oubre took 4 shots. It was very, here, Joe, take the ball. And that works 3 weeks ago when they're playing at their best level before he had an appendectomy.
It was a snore fest.
That could not have been the game plan going into that game yesterday.
It was, but it was.
And it was, and that's on Nick Nurse.
That's on Nick Nurse.
Him saying this is what we're going to do to start the game, and then look at how the first quarter plays.
It was so bad.
It's great and all that I tell you that Joel Embiid finished with 10 points in the first quarter, 3 of 5 shooting, 4 of 4 from the free throw line. And then I tell you that the Sixers trailed Boston 34-18.
Were they trying to say to somebody last night and on the group chat with my friends, they're like, is somebody trying to say, take a look at what Embiid can do for the offseason in a deal?
No.
Because it's like, I can't figure this out.
I don't think so.
Like, it's like, I can't figure this out, what the plan was.
I think they just tried bringing back what worked 3 weeks ago and ignored the fact that he had an appendectomy.
That was so
2.5
disappointing.
weeks ago.
That was so disappointing.
So, give us a text message. Sorry, text line. Davis on a text line. What else we got?
So we also have a check-in on the Eagles draft from John in Tennessee, who says the 2026 draft pick that will be remembered is Uar Bernard. 6'3", 306 pounds, only 6% body fat, all that stuff we listed. This guy next to Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis is going to eat quarterbacks like popcorn.
Yeah, maybe give it a year or two.
Maybe
it's
watch him play football
It's going to be a little time. It's going to take a little time.
Like, by the way, don't forget, Moro Jomo's on this team. Like, you got some players. Like, give us some time.
A little time. But I like this.
I'm excited, but it took Jordan Mailata 2 years.
Yes.
All right, so give him some time.
He's in a tough spot with Jordan Mailata being on this team because people are going to be like,
yeah, right, exactly.
Where is this guy?
How come he didn't learn the way Jordan Mailata learned?
Can he
in 2
sing?
years?
Can this bum sing?
Oh yeah, it's a good question. Can he?
Because
We're gonna have to find that out.
You got to step in and sing.
All right, and what's the poll of the day, Connor? Brought to us by Dr. Avidan Appel and Iron Mountain Men's Health. It's 4 hours strong every single morning. What do we got?
So it has to deal with the Phillies. Who is most likely to lose their job today for the Phillies? We have 4 different options. Dave Dombrowski, Rob Thompson, Kevin Long, or no changes. And no changes has a surprising amount of the votes. 35% are saying Rob Thompson, which is the lead, but 33% of our responders are saying no changes. Only 19% for Kevin Long, 13% for Dave Dombrowski.
I'm almost guaranteeing a change.
What's the most dangerous thing for the Phillies PR-wise?
Complacency.
No changes?
Yeah.
What's the most dangerous move if they make a change as far as do you think the public perception would be if they fired who?
I don't think anybody cares at this point. I think everybody just wants a body.
Yeah. I don't think anyone's going to see somebody get fired today and be like, why in the world did they do that?
I think people will say what you said earlier. It's not Rob Thompson's fault. He deserves blame for things. He deserves blame for, look, the players are asleep right now.
They're asleep.
But, it's not Rob Thompson's fault that Aaron Nola gave up 6 runs in 2 innings yesterday and that Dave Dombrowski signed him to a 7-year contract with all that money. It's not Rob Thompson's fault that Dave Dombrowski signed JT Realmuto to a 3-year contract. It's not Rob Thompson's fault that there's been no right-handed pop in this lineup for 3 years. That's the Pobo who's supposed to go to Cooperstown one day. But
he's going.
We see it in sports all the time. There is change for the sake of change sometimes to try to wake people up.
I couldn't believe Greg Luzinski last night. Taking to social media to say, sometimes you have to make a change in Major League Baseball, and the hitting coach needs to go.
Well, maybe the barbecue sales are down because maybe not as many people are going to the ballpark right now. And he wants the barbecue sales.
People are depressed by what they're seeing. It's not a good club.
No.
Not a good club.
It is not a good club. And, again, I can't believe, and I screamed it from the mountaintops. John, you did too. Connor, you did too. The way he spoke in November disgusted me. And it continued throughout the offseason. And then less than a week before the season starts, the freaking owner says the same thing. I was disgusted because imagine going into a season where you're looking for motivation and it's
a good club.
We're a good club. We're one pitch away. And then it gives a mentality to the players of, all right, we don't have to come out the gate with our hair on fire. We just need to play solid baseball. And, man, they're playing far from it. They're not even close to solid baseball. They stink.
They stink.
The Philadelphia Phillies stink.
They do.
And, John, I know it's April, and it's April 27th.
Yeah.
But they've reached the point of legitimately must-win games.
Okay, no, wait a minute, though.
Which is scary.
Okay, we're going back to this. Okay, we're going to go back to this. I'm just going to remind people.
Go ahead.
Where the Phillies are out today, the Phillies left the Mets in the middle of June in 2024 in London. It's ridiculous to think that they are in any kind of must-wins in June.
I don't know,
I mean, in April.
That's a different situation.
Okay, explain it to me.
The Mets were down how many in the division, but they weren't down that on other teams. They made the playoffs as a wild card team. They didn't catch the Phillies for the division.
Okay, I'm not saying for the division.
Yeah, you just want to make the playoffs.
Just make the playoffs. The Phillies can easily make the playoffs. They're not in any...
I wouldn't say easily. They have the worst record in baseball.
They do, but they can make the playoffs. And again, there was a team that on May 31st had the worst record in baseball and won the World Series. It's way too early, guys.
That's the exception, not the rule.
No, it is. No, I'm not saying it's
but
the.
you got to start
I'm not saying
winning.
it's the rule, but it's certainly not. It's way too early to talk about must-wins in April.
Well, they got to start winning. They're not winning. They've
I
won
gotcha.
one in their last 13 games.
I gotcha, but it's way too early to talk about must-wins. I mean, come on.
All right, well, when is it must-win time? May 1st?
No, I mean, it's not must-wins at this point. It's way too early. It's April.
All right,
but
how about instead of must-win, can it be please wins?
Yes.
Like,
yes.
they need to win a freaking baseball game.
No, I think.
Or two.
I think the please win is the way to do it. Please, 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 please.
God,
yes.
It's embarrassing. They just and the shame of it is, like, Taijuan Walker did not need to be on this roster. He gets released. What keeps Aaron Nola around? It's the
contract.
He's not much different. Like, Aaron Nola goes out there and it's almost like, all right, boys, we're gonna lose today.
Well, Taijuan Walker was in the final year of his deal.
I know, and that's what makes it even worse. By the way, people were wondering earlier in the show. You did not chime in when we were discussing Aaron Nola. They're wondering your thoughts on Aaron Nola.
Yeah, he's lost right now. Everybody's lost.
You think he's
I don't
lost,
know if he's
or
lost.
do you think Connor?
I think he's lost.
He's cooked.
Maybe both. But he's not good. Everything with the Phillies is not good. If you want my comment on the Phillies right now, any player, any coach, anybody in the organization, not good. What do you think? I'm going to come here with my eyes covered and say, oh, we got a good club? No, I'm not an idiot. I like the team. I think they're better than the average person who doesn't like running it back. But right now, there's no denying they're a bad baseball team.
Running it back was one of the worst decisions.
No, they're the worst team in baseball with the fourth highest payroll. And Dave Dombrowski built this. He built this. This is him. It's on him, dude.
Yeah, they stink.
It's all on you, Dave.
There's my analysis. They stink.
Thank you.
I love it. I'm just glad to see it because I had this guy on socials this weekend going, yeah, and you were ripping on people getting on the pitching staff and everything. And I'm like, dude, I told them, stay away from Luzardo. What are you doing signing Luzardo to a long-term big money extension? What had you seen of this guy? What did you see?
A really good year.
You're like, oh, he had a good year. Well, guess what? I can point to some others, too. He's not consistent.
By the way, good to see Zach Wheeler back.
Oh, yeah.
And Phillies finally win.
See, that's spark. You never know.
Yeah.
There's that spark.
There's your spark.
There's that spark.
How long did that spark last?
You'll win one of the next
3
5.
innings.
Literally, that spark was peed out.
No, it was
Somebody
3
literally
innings.
pulled their drawers down and peed on that spark, Connor. They lost the very next game because Aaron Nola's literally pitching meatballs. Where's World Baseball Classic Aaron Nola? What happened to that guy?
Needs the espresso.
That guy was dealing, man.
Terrible.
All right, what other major changes could happen? Well, before we talk about the Sixers, because they're not dead yet. They're on life support, but they're not dead yet. The Flyers
it's beeping.
Flyers are back in action tonight. 7:00 puck drop. Listen live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic, and there's tea leaves telling us that there might be a major change on the ice tonight, Johnny.
Yeah, it's not tea leaves. I mean, it's going to be Rick Tocchet is going to tell Matvei Mishkov he takes the night off. And I have no problem with that. And there's a lot of people that are losing their minds over it. And I've absolutely have no problem with it. I think that, in fact, it's probably beyond time.
Yeah, he's been one of the worst players in this series.
And he was a
non-factor.
non-factor. He was an absolute non-factor on Saturday night. And you can't be that. You cannot be that. They need more out of him. Bump will get probably be in the lineup tonight, which is good. He'll get his shot. They were missing any kind of juice the other night, and Mishkov has to just give them more. He's got to give them more, and he hasn't given them anything.
What has been his biggest problem in your mind? Because he had the really bad penalty in game 3 or game 2?
He cannot clear his own zone. The breakout is when the puck comes to him on a breakout. He absolutely it's like a hot potato. And he's been extremely poor with that. So that's just one thing. He can't clear his own zone. It's like he handles the puck like it's a grenade getting out of his own zone, which is terrible. That can't be. But they just need him to be more productive. And on the power play, he has not been a weapon. He's not been a weapon. And so they're going to be looking to get a little bit of a jolt out of him. So we'll see what happens.
Now, the number one point of commentary on that is like you wanted the experience for these young players. Sitting him takes away this experience. So let's go future. We all believe this series the Flyers are still going to win it, right?
Yes.
So what happens? You win tonight in Pittsburgh, you win the series, and then you match up with, say, Carolina in the next round.
He's right back in there.
So Michkov plays going forward.
No. He's going to be right back in there.
What are we talking about with the Phillies? Lighting a fire under their rear ends? You hope that if you sit them, you light a fire under
Now,
his
if
rear
Bump
end.
comes in tonight and you see a different energy and and it's a big difference, then you're going to go, okay, then you're not getting him out of the lineup. Could be two. So you got to wait.
But you see this is more of a one-game, like, wake him up.
Yes, absolutely.
Gotcha.
I don't think this is no, look, Rick Tocchet doesn't have any kind of – he has handled Matvei Mishkov absolutely fantastically because he has been a better player on the entire length of the ice under Rick Tocchet than he was under John Tortorella. He's been less of an offensive player, but he handles the entire length of the ice better than he was under Torts. Two different sides of the coin about what you want. So we'll see how that happens.
Absolutely. And then there's the Sixers as we round out the week of potential change. So the Sixers are not done yet. So I don't want to really go deep into this conversation, Johnny, because they still have another game. They play tomorrow night. Listen live here on the Fanatic. But John, something that we talked about before the series started was one of the things we did not want to do was the day after the series ended, whether it was today, if they did lose in 4, which they did not because they won game 2, or if it's Wednesday morning. We didn't want to do the whole, oh, my God, it's time to blow it up and everything's got to change.
No. We didn't want to.
If they get trounced tomorrow night.
If you have 3 blowouts in this series,
that conversation.
Yeah, blow it up.
And I found it interesting. Bob Myers was sitting courtside last night.
Did you think that was coincidental? I did not.
I haven't seen him courtside much this year.
I did not. I did not think that was a coincidental thing that we saw that.
Because he doesn't technically work for the Sixers. He works for the Harris Blitzer Group. But
he's a senior advisor or something, is it?
I don't know.
I don't know what his title is. Senior advisor.
He's been helping out with the Commanders.
Exactly.
When he first got hired by the Commanders, we on this show, we talked about it. Like, could that be future Sixers executive Bob Myers? Which, in case people don't know, he's who built the Warriors. Which, hey, sign me up. I was shocked when Daryl Morey had his press conference after last season's horrific end of the season, and he said he'll be back next year. Remember, Josh Harris wasn't even up there speaking with him. It was just Daryl Morey made the call that he'll be back. If they get trounced again, and I know, can you totally blame the Sixers when Embiid's got the appendectomy and all this kind of stuff? No, you can't. But like we've talked about with the Phillies, change for the sake of change, you might have to do it with the Sixers, man. Coach, executive, big-name player.
Can I give you something that was put into my ear Saturday night when I was in the Xfinity Mobile Arena?
What do you got?
There's a big-name coach who may is going to step away, potentially.
You don't know basketball.
No, he was fired.
No, arguably like the biggest name left in coaching.
What, Spoelstra?
No.
Steve Kerr?
Mm-hmm. Going to step away.
Warriors rebuilding?
Reportedly.
Okay.
Young talent here, young
so
guards.
You recreate the Warriors. Bob Myers, Does
Bob Myers come in and say, Steve Kerr, you want to come?
It's better than recreating the Rockets like we've been trying to do.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I would just say
game.
I would just say to this, keep an eye on it.
Okay.
Keep an eye on that because somebody who I think sort of knows what they're talking about just said, keep an eye on it. If Bob Myers is going to potentially be the guy, keep an eye on it. Could Steve Kerr be could he be? Now, how much would you be into that?
I mean,
how much would you be into that?
Sign me up.
Exactly.
I wanted to buy, with all due respect to Daryl Morey, because I do like Daryl. I wanted to do this last year.
I know you did.
I was shocked when he said at the press conference, I'm back. What do you mean? I was shocked.
Mm-hmm.
And I get it because there were so many injuries and you couldn't really blame him. But at the same time, Paul George being injured last year was no surprise to me. It was no surprise to you.
Nope.
Like, the guy was always hurt. And look, he's going out there. He's doing his part right now in this series. He's trying whatever he can to help the Sixers win. But if this ends tomorrow night in another ugly loss, I think we're talking about, like, wholesale change.
Exactly.
And I'm, like, the big man, too. If anybody picks that up.
If somebody would take the big man, I'm just saying to you, Maxey, Edgecombe, you could maybe move an Embiid. Maybe could Bob Myers and Steve Kerr recreate some of the magic?
They might be able to.
Just saying to you. That could be an interesting thing.
And maybe the NBA would like that.
Exactly. The NBA would. You like that?
They wouldn't mind Philadelphia having a really, really, really good baseball team or basketball team.
And baseball team, they'd really
they
love
wouldn't
it, too.
mind. Hey, I wouldn't mind it.
Don't hold your breath.
I wouldn't mind it. All right,
Connor, it's the Locked On Phillies podcast, please.
Coming up next.
We need you to be positive.
We'll check the Davis Honda text line because there's a lot to react to. There's a lot of changes that could be happening. Somebody could be fired by the Phillies today, and we'll react to it when that happens. But also, the Eagles had a very busy draft weekend. Mel Kiper, Johnny, gave a grade for every single team in the NFL. You're going to want to hear what he said about the Eagles. It'll make you smile. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. You know what makes me smile? Love. Love makes me smile. And moms. Moms are cool. My mom's cool. The mother of my child is pretty cool. And Mother's Day is almost here. And whether you're shopping for your mom, your wife, maybe your daughter, whoever it might be, Family Company Jewelers is the place to go. No one comes close to their selection, their prices, and most importantly, their service. I've been to their showroom numerous times, and I've seen their huge selection gifts at every price point, whether it's necklaces, rings, bracelets, or maybe even a pair of diamond stud earrings. You know every woman needs a pair of those in her wardrobe. I'm telling you, go see the experts at Family Company Jewelers and find the perfect gift for that special woman in your life. I have been going there for years. That's literally where I got my engagement ring with my now wife and mother of my child. And it's where I got her first Mother's Day gift as well. It was a beautiful necklace, had a heart, it had the birthstone of Coop. Like it was also it had mom on it and everything. Great stuff at Family Company Jewelers. Check them out. They have it all. They figured out how to make your shopping experience as easy as possible. Trust me. Get to their showroom, Route 70 in Marlton, New Jersey. You can shop online, familyjewelers.com, but they're such great people. Make the trip. Seriously. This Mother's Day, make sure you show her how much she's loved by getting her a gift that she'll love. A gift from Family Company Jewelers, South Jersey's Diamond Destination.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles ad all over. I'm Connor Thomas. The NFL draft concluded over the weekend. The Eagles weren't just active with the picks. One thing to keep an eye on is the Eagles' 8 picks, and they did go out and get a quarterback. They drafted a guy that has never played football before but has a great measurables, Senor Bernard. But the big move they made was trading 2 third-round picks for Vikings edge rusher Jonathan Grenard, also signing him to a 4-year, $100 million extension. A lot for Howie Roseman to talk about. He joined media and overviewed the draft.
You go into this understanding that you're going to come out of it with not everything perfect, but, that'll all sort itself out. We don't play our first game till September. And if we went into the draft and we filled every hole, we probably wouldn't have had a good draft.
The Sixers lost to the Celtics 128-96 last night, their second 32-point loss of the series. Joel Embiid did return in the game, but it wasn't enough for them to find a win. The Celtics are now up 3-1. They can close out the series in Boston tomorrow night. The Flyers missed the opportunity for the sweep Saturday night against the Penguins. Game 5 is tonight in Pittsburgh at 7 p.m. You can hear that game live here on the Fanatic as the Flyers look to close things out. And the Phillies did win a game over the weekend, but they still lost the series in Atlanta. And with an off day today, speculation is growing about potential coaching changes. We'll talk to Scott Lauber of the Inquirer coming up about at 8:05 about what the Phillies could potentially do. Andrew DiCecco joins us at 9:05 to recap the draft. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
and the Fanatic app.
7 a.m. hours brought to you by the BetParks online casino and sportsbook app. Live bet sports on the BetParks app. Play all your favorite casino games. There's always another way to win on the BetParks online casino and sportsbook. Got to be 21 in Pennsylvania, Jersey, or Maryland. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
You just heard the promo for the $1,000 cash contest. That comes your way at 8 o'clock. And then at 8:05, Scott Lauber of the Inquirer covers the Phillies will be joining us. And, first question will be, does somebody lose their job today? Because that's kind of what we're all thinking happens at some point today. Let's check the poll of the day brought to us by Dr. Avidan Appel and Iron Mountain Men's Health. 4 hours strong. They also bring us the $1,000 cash contest. So shout out to Dr. Avidan Appel. He's making things move around here at the Fanatic. What do we got?
All right, so our question today, who's most likely to lose their job today for the Phillies? 4 options, Dave Dombrowski, Rob Thompson, Kevin Long, or no changes. Rob Thompson with 32% of the vote leading the way, but 31% of responders still saying no changes. Kevin Long has 24%, 13% vote for Dave Dombrowski.
So they think no changes. I'm curious how many of them say they don't want changes.
The idea of thinking no changes, I mean, I'm actually surprised by that. No changes. That's going to shock me. That would be the shocking result.
Yeah, you asked me this before the show, and that's what I said to you. It was the most likely thing to me is that they don't change anything.
And man, is that going to be a PR nightmare?
Yeah, that's bad.
That's going to be
They got to make a change. They are at change of sake of change time.
PR nightmare.
Taijuan Walker's release was not going to be what sparked the team, right? It's got to be something.
Oh.
And if it's not a firing, if it's an Alec Boehm, he would have to agree to be sent down because of his contract, which is why I brought up the idea of the phantom injury. But they tell the team, hey, this is what's going on.
Yeah, but he has to agree to the phantom injury. Why is he doing that?
To try to get his head right, because clearly isn't right now.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to agree to that, though. I mean, that makes him look, like, hey, we need you to fake an injury. I don't think that he wants to do that either.
Well, something has to happen today.
Oh, yeah, something needs to break. Yeah, something needs to break.
I can't believe this is happening. All right.
Look, nobody expected this.
No, this bad? Absolutely.
No, nobody expected this.
Like,
this is terrible.
Horrific, dude.
This is absolutely ridiculous how bad this is.
God. All right.
Gosh, this is terrible.
It's not bad.
Yeah, thank God Jordan Matthews was on with us. My buddy John Maley sends me a text and goes, thank you for raising our spirits with the Jordan Matthews interview.
Yeah, you have to watch that later or listen to it later.
He raised everybody's spirits.
The way he spoke about Eli Stowers, the second-round pick for the Eagles, tight end out of Vanderbilt, one of those guys that can play all over the field. He spoke so highly of him.
That doesn't fire you up.
Talking about Vernon Davis, talking about Zach Ertz as comps like that. Love that. And I know Jordan Matthews clearly has a personal relationship with the kid, but still, like.
Well, he was a great player. All you need to know, he's a great player in the SEC.
Yeah. That's kind of all you need to know.
He was a great talent in the SEC. And as I said to Jordan, his play, it's not like he disappeared in the big games. He was a terror in some of the biggest games. So that's great.
Yeah, absolutely
That's
great.
awesome to see.
Now, Mel Kiper likes the draft pick, too, and like the entire draft for the Eagles. Mel Kiper, all 32 NFL teams, he gives a grade, and then he does some written analysis.
Okay.
He gave the Philadelphia Eagles an A for their draft this weekend.
That's nice.
We talked about it on Friday. He loved Mekhi Lemon. Loved him. Had him at number 11 on his big board. The Eagles get him at 20. So Friday morning, we already knew that he loved the Eagles' first round. So I
didn't get a lot of A's in school, so that's great.
That is great.
That's great that Mel's given us an A.
Here's what he wrote about some of the other players. Eli Stowers, playmaker for Sean Mannion's offense. He could be Dallas Goedert's future replacement. Goddard is back, but he's 31 years old on a one-year deal. Then he talks about Markel Bell. He says there's no guarantee that Stowers takes over for Goddard or that Bell develops enough to take one of the tackle spots when Lane Johnson retires. But putting resources into those positions on day two is good work by the Eagles front office. Bell is still developing, but he did a good job manning left tackle at Miami. Philly went down the board for him, but the top offensive tackles were obviously gone.
Right, exactly.
He's intrigued by Cole Payton, talks about like a Taysom Hill role. I hate that idea.
You just don't like Taysom Hill.
I hate Taysom
why
Hill.
do you not like the pick there?
No, it's not that I don't like it. I hated what the Saints did. They were like, all right, we have to force feed Taysom Hill into the conversation here, and he sucked. But, we'll see.
No, I got you. I got the idea that there is some frustration with that, but Taysom Hill was still very talented.
Yeah. And then, of course, he also talks about the trade for Jonathan Grenard being a good one. So the Eagles had a great weekend. I felt it's a shame that the Sixers laid the egg that they laid yesterday, and that the Flyers did not sweep the Penguins, and that's fine. They'll win this series, and the Phillies, of course, suck. The Eagles, they had such a great weekend, but everything else kind of brought down the mood a little bit.
It's I talked about it earlier on in the show, talking to someone around the Eagles. Howie, people were wondering, if you were wondering, Howie did not want the Grenard trade to be announced.
Which is amazing. Could
have announced it a week ago, but he wanted the intrigue that nobody knew what the Eagles were doing on draft night. He wanted teams to still think that the Eagles were looking for an edge, so nobody knew what the Eagles' plans were in the draft. He wanted teams off kilter as far as what the Eagles' plans were. That's next level devious. And I think that that's great because you take nothing for granted. Why would you want teams to know what you're doing? He goes, if they don't have to know about that trade, and why let them know what you're doing?
I'm happy to take responsibility for all of that.
Damn right,
Howie had a great draft.
He did have a great draft.
Another great draft weekend, but DeCecco will give us the X's and O's on how great it really was.
Scott Lauber, 805. Andrew DeCecco, 905.
Scott Lauber will be with us because he's not fired.
Damn right. Speaking of Howie, after the draft, he had his press conference, and it was sort of the tying of the ends, the loose ends. Hey, you guys didn't address safety. Are you comfortable with that position? So Howie talked about that, but then furthered on his analysis of the draft.
I think, again, you go into this understanding that you're going to come out of it with not everything perfect, but probably have a different vision of our safety room than maybe, it is publicly. But, again, that'll all sort itself out. We don't play our first game till September at every position. We got to see what we have, and if we went into the draft and we filled every hole, we probably wouldn't have had a good draft, and it's yet to remains to be seen if we even had a good draft. We'll see. Here we got time to judge it, but understood that we couldn't get everything we wanted at any position. Very comfortable where we are as a football team right now, and understanding that there's more work to be done.
And look,
what did he really say there? I was like, he sort of went all over the place.
Well, no, he basically said that we weren't going into draft need. Right, because somebody asked him about safety. That's what led to that question. Remember, we talked about the offensive tackle on day one. How come they didn't draft the offensive tackle? He straight up said, look, I think you get into a bad position if you go that way. And sometimes I call baloney on that because, you need to draft Lane Johnson's replacement, not in the third round. We'll see what Markel Bell becomes.
Are you worried that they didn't?
No, because like I said to you on Friday, they could trade for or sign a left tackle or right tackle in this case, like they have in the past with Jason Peters and John
I would
Runyon.
say to you, if you're going to go get one of those guys, how are you going to afford to sign the guys you have on defense?
That's a great question.
Because that's what your money is allotted to, is to sign the guys you have on defense. So that's the only concern I've got with that plan is because if you're going to go trade for a left tackle, first of all, you're giving up a high draft pick. Because if you're getting somebody of quality, you're trading a high-quality draft pick. Then you got to pay him. Because somebody else is probably saying, if you're getting a quality guy, you're saying somebody else doesn't want to pay them. That plan still makes me very, very edgy. But Howie, again, he maneuvered the draft well.
Or he knows that Lane's going to play 2 more years. Maybe they had a conversation.
Well,
who knows?
But as Lane limps off every other game, I'm not good with that plan. And I'm not doubting you, Lane. Sorry about that. But I'm being logical.
Right.
Saying how
we saw it numerous times.
Right. He's constantly limping off the field for 3 years. He's been doing that. How long can he go?
By the way, a couple shout outs on our YouTube chat. Number one, MBD.
What's up, MBD?
Watching the show from a cruise ship right now on his way to the DR. So thanks for taking us with you on your vacation.
Good stuff.
Go Birds tells us that Pete Prisco, and I have confirmed it by finding the article myself.
What did he do?
He gave the Eagles a C+ for their draft.
Oh, what now?
He hates the Eagles. Why does he hate the Eagles?
We talked to him before. He goes, I don't hate the Eagles. I'm like, BS.
Now, in fairness, I'm looking at all of his grades. They're all season Bs. Mel Kiper loves the draft because that's literally his job. Like that's
right.
That's what
right,
he does.
Right.
I'm not saying Pete Prisco doesn't know what he's talking about.
Pete loves the draft.
Yeah,
too.
he's
I
a draft.
Speak to that.
Oh, he absolutely.
He
is.
really does love the draft. But what's his problem today? Who Pete and his Wheaties today?
The best pick was trading up for Mekhi Lemon. Worst pick was Markel Bell in the third. But the Eagles have a great track record of drafting and developing linemen, so they get a little bit of the benefit of the doubt here.
Okay, I'm glad to see you said that. C+? That's really strange.
C+? You're giving a team a benefit of the doubt and giving them a C+. That's weird.
That to me is a strange grading system.
Yeah.
My students would be pissed at me if I was grading like that.
Hey, you get the benefit of the doubt. You're a good kid, but I'm still giving you a C+.
Got a good club.
All right, coming up next.
Good club.
We have today's headlines with Connor Thomas. Oh, God. Good club. Connor, what do you got?
We've got a one-of-one autographed card that you could not guess in a million guesses who it's from.
Really?
Get that next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic. Ooh.
Andrew Salciunas card.
No, not me. Maybe it's a Vince Rizzuto card from Philly Sports Strips. He deserves one at this point.
He does. I'd buy one.
So next month, May, we find out the schedule for the Philadelphia Eagles. But, of course, we already know who they're playing on the road and, of course, at home. So you know that Vince has already been making some phone calls, hotel reservations, places to have parties. He's probably got the game tickets already handy. We just don't know the dates yet. Well, Philly Sports Trips has an awesome opportunity for you. We're teaming up with Philly Sports Trips to put together an epic. The copy's epic in all caps, EPIC, people. Epic Birds away game trip to Nashville. Trust me, it's more than just a game. Johnny and I have been on numerous trips with Philly Sports Trips.
So awesome.
It's the travel, it's the hotel, it's the game tickets, exclusive fan experiences. There's parties, there's tailgates. Incredible. And then it ends up being an entire takeover of the town. In this case, it's going to be Nashville. If you ever want to roll into an away game with a crew of diehard Birds fans with you and turn the entire weekend experience into a damn experience, this is the way to do it. Now, look, we're still waiting for the official schedule to drop, but spots are going to go fast once everything is locked in. So you can get ahead of it right now and save your spot by making a deposit at phillysportstrips.com. Start planning, grab your crew, check out all the details now, phillysportstrips.com. That's phillysportstrips.com, and get ready because Nashville is going to be seeing a whole lot of green this season.
7-5, The Fanatic.
7:48 here on Kincade Salciunas 97.5 The Fanatic. Before we get to today's headlines, let's get to a couple calls here. We'll make these quick because very similar messages from both of our callers, as I see on our call screen. Let's go to Joe in Roxborough to start. What's up, Joe? You're on Kincade Salciunas.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's going on, buddy?
Real quick. So, somebody needs to be fired today from the Phillies. I'm extremely frustrated.
I agree.
It is what it is. I'm on over them. Embiid, 3-13 against the Celtics in the playoffs. I'm over that, too. More importantly, Flyers tonight. Let's go. Win a game. Next round of the playoffs. Have a good day.
Simple enough. Thanks, Joe.
That was simple.
Yeah, simple enough.
I love it.
It was more so, the call screen was more about the Embiid side of things, and I know Don in West Philly wants to talk about Embiid too, and I wonder how many people feel this way before Game 5 tomorrow night. What's up, Don?
Yeah, man. Embiid, if Embiid played in the paint, he could average 50 points in his league. He's playing out of position, and he's shooting. He can't even shoot a jump shot no more. His first 10 shots, he missed like 8 of them.
All right, it was his first game back from the appendectomy, man.
I know, but they shouldn't even play him. They played harder when they beat Boston than Boston.
Yeah, they did.
Because
they did.
Yeah, they played harder. They don't play hard. It's like everybody watching this dude to see if he's back.
It slows down.
Oubre ain't playing. Oubre can't even get in the game. Nick Nurse need to get fired. He never won anything. It was Kawhi Leonard who did everything down there in Toronto.
Yeah, and then the next year they did
like
finish
God.
as third seed in the Eastern Conference when nobody thought they'd even make the playoffs. But I hear what you're saying.
I get it. It was just so.
Nick Nurse has been very disappointing here, and I hated the game plan yesterday. And thanks for the call, Don. Like to say that Embiid can't shoot anymore. I mean, literally right before he got hurt, he scored 34 points. That's big, but whatever. They should not have done what they did last night. It ended up being let's get Embiid the ball early on. And if you look at his stat line in the first quarter, 3 of 5, 4 for 4 from the free throw line, 10 points, you're thinking, man, they must have played really well in the first quarter, right? No, because everybody else was off their game, and they trail 34-18 after the first quarter, and they lose by 32 points. It was a bad idea by Nick Nurse to try to do the, hey, let's play the way we played on April 6th, right before the injury, and let's see if we could just get right back to it. That was a bad idea by Nick Nurse. And again, if they lose tomorrow and it's embarrassing, there's a lot of changes.
I have no idea why that would have been the game plan.
I have no idea. I have no idea, John.
They stood around last night.
I wouldn't have done it. I love Joe. I wouldn't have done it.
No, it just doesn't make any sense.
Nope, not at all. What does make sense is today's headlines with Connor Thomas. Sometimes.
Today's headlines with the Connor Thomas.
It's brought to us by Lundy Law. For over 70 years, Lundy Law has been fighting for injured people. If you need them, remember the name Lundy Law, your injury lawyers. Visit LundyLaw.com. That's LundyLaw.com. I don't know if today's are going to make a lot of sense. There's some weird stuff that we got to get into. The first one, a little bit more seriously weird, which is the Dante DiVincenzo torn Achilles that occurred in the Timberwolves-Nuggets game early in that game. It's terrible for him. It's terrible for Minnesota, who actually did go on to win the game thanks to Ayo Dosunmu going nuclear. But he wears number 0. And if you've been keeping up with the Achilles injuries in the NBA recently to big-time players, Damian Lillard, number 0. Jason Tatum, number 0. Tyrese Halliburton, number 0.
We have a new Madden curse.
No.
It's the 0 curse.
No.
Yeah, but who wears 0 for the
No,
Philadelphia
that's what I was just
76ers?
about to say. No.
Yeah, we don't have to do that.
Don't even talk about that.
A lot of people are saying, Tyrese Maxey, change your number.
Terrible.
But it's an awful injury for the Timberwolves, and it's been a wild thing that's been happening recently in the NBA. Do you guys buy into like anything physically that's
Yes,
leading to this?
I do. There's been studies on it recently. It's the quickness and a lot of it. A lot of guys like older, and I get it. The generations are different. They're wearing low top shoes all of a sudden because they feel quicker in the low top shoes, and I get it. I've played basketball in running shoes before, and you feel like you can do so much more until you literally roll your ankle.
No, but it does. I mean, it's not. I think that it's not enough protection.
Yeah. And
Not enough, there's a reason why you don't play in that.
And these guys are playing, like, I know we complain about guys sitting and all that kind of stuff. These guys, when they are playing, they're going 1,000,000 miles per hour constantly. The stop and go. I mean, it's just the way your body can it handle it or not?
They're also teaching the drop step to create drives more, which is not something that has been previously taught.
And then
that's more stress.
And you're pushing
more
off.
stress.
And you're seeing it's non-contact injuries. It's boom, it just blows up.
That
sucks.
That's not good. Be careful with that, kids.
Yeah.
By the way, 0 is a number. I know I've heard twice in the past year, I've heard people have the argument, well, 0's not even a number. Why do they have that on? 0's an even number. So it is a number. People with arguing that 0 is not a number. You're a student. That people don't think 0 is a number. They think 1 is the first number. I'm like, 0 is an even number.
Never heard that.
Okay. Well, I hang out with dumber people than you, Connor. Believe me.
I didn't know that was a debate.
I assure you I hang out with dumber people.
All right, so this autograph card. Let's get to this here because this is a wild story from the weekend. This is from Topps. It's 100% real that this is a story. I'll give you guys a guess. A 1-of-1 autographed Topps card was sold at auction for $3,551 over the weekend. I don't think either of you will be even close.
Is it an athlete?
It is not. Remember, Kevin DeGandhi got his own
so
card.
that's what I was wondering. All right, so it's non-athlete. It's baseball related.
Nope.
Oh, I guess Topps does do other sports. All right, can you give me a clue?
A clue won't help you. It is a 1-of-1 Helen Keller autographed card.
What?
Was sold.
Wait a minute.
On,
Okay, now
was sold on eBay.
I'm going to behave.
Like,
What?
Who comes up with this? Who buys it? When did she sign it? How long have they had it? What in the world is going on here,
How
Topps?
did she know where to sign it? There's so many jokes.
Are you in on the $3,500 for the 1-of? It's a 1-of-1. Hollow. I've only seen the one side
Like
with
you
the
said,
autograph. I don't know.
And she's never seen either
Yeah.
side of it.
Do we have a photo of it?
Yeah, Topps tweeted out a photo.
Did she sign it? I'm legitimately asking.
No.
Did she sign a photo of
she
herself?
did not.
No,
she
there's
did not.
there's no photo here. It's just like a piece of paper that they put in the middle of it. If you want to look up the story, Topps tweeted it out. A lot of people are talking about it. They have a card for everything these days.
Why do they have a Helen Keller card?
I couldn't tell you, but I thought it was something that everybody should be aware of. That's a wild thing to
Connor,
spend $3,500 at.
Are you trying to get me in trouble?
I'm not. Hey, if you want to get yourself in trouble, that's a you thing. I'm just bringing the information to the table.
Could you imagine you walk you walk into somebody's house. All right. I really like what you did with the kitchens. Great. Yeah, and do you want to see my Helen Keller autographed?
Feels like a Darren Rovell thing.
Speaking of Darren Rovell, did you guys see the money that this guy made on the home run prop bet?
No.
All right. Last Friday, this dude bet $30. People, maybe the guy has a lot of money. I don't know. $30 on a prop bet like this is ridiculous to me, but I bet like $5 and I start sweating. This guy wagered $30 on a home run parlay. Riley Green, Kobe Mayo, Jesus Sanchez, Bryce Harper, Nick Kurtz, and Jazz Chisholm Jr. 6-leg parlay. They all hit it.
Yeah.
$1.86 million.
It's a good payday.
Okay, that's incredible.
On a $30 bet. Longest odds 7-figure parlay payout in the Hard Rock bet history.
That is incredible.
Can you imagine you just wake up? Oh.
No, I can't. I legitimately cannot imagine ever doing that.
It will
never happen to anybody ever again.
I've woken up and I've seen a parlay hit, and it was a nice one. It was not $1.86 million. That's more than what the Helen Keller card is worth.
By a lot.
It's a shame she never saw that money.
She couldn't have. If he never.
It's horrible. Yeah, why are you trying to do this?
Connor.
We're going to get in trouble.
Connor,
I just brought information to the table.
Connor, there are 15 jokes in my head, and it's terrible. Every one of them terrible.
Man.
Someone did ask on Twitter if it was a blind or silent auction.
Jesus. It's like a Family Guy episode written all over it. All right, coming up next.
The Twitter said it.
You brought it up, dude.
I just shared the information. Today's headlines.
Did you have to raise your hand to put your bid in?
Oh, God.
All right.
Can Scott Lauber see a fire ring today? We will ask Scott Lauber that coming up next.
See it.
Because the Phillies, they dropped 2 of 3. The win did not change everything. Zach Wheeler comeback didn't change everything, Connor. What does Scott Lauber see coming up next? Kincade Salciunas 97.5, The Fanatic.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
8 picks and a trade. I'm Connor Thomas, and the Eagles did all of that over the weekend as the NFL draft concluded. And they weren't just active in the draft. They took 8 selections, but they also traded 2 third-round picks for Vikings edge rusher Jonathan Grenard, signing him to a 4-year, $100 million extension after the deal was done. Howie Roseman met with media over the weekend, and he talked about the busy weekend that it was.
I don't really play a lot of what-ifs. I would just say feel really good about the decision we made to trade up for Makai. Feel really good about the decision we made to bring in JG here. Definitely no regrets.
Now the offseason taking shape, the roster taking shape. We'll have plenty of time to react to it as they continue. The Sixers lost to the Celtics 128-96 last night. Their second 32-point loss of the series. Joel Embiid was back in action, but not enough to find a win. The Celtics are now up 3-1. They can close out the series in Boston tomorrow night. Flyers missed the opportunity for the sweep on Saturday night, but they could still close out the Penguins tonight. 7 p.m. puck drop live from Pittsburgh, Game 5. You can hear it live here on the Fanatic. And the Phillies did win a game over the weekend, but they still lost the series in Atlanta. With an off day today, speculation is growing about coaching changes. We'll talk to Scott Lauber of the Inquirer coming up next about that. This update is brought to you by Staples. Get your epic party started at Staples. Now you can grab Party City balloons, decorations, and tableware, plus matching custom invites, banners, and more right at your local Staples. That was easy. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Today's keyword is crown, C-R-O-W-N, crown.
Crown
25
them,
minutes,
don't you?
man. 25 minutes, enter it after the hour, crown. You could go to 975thefanatic.com, the Fanatic app, or text us this special short code 45911. The keyword is not Apple. It is crown. One random entry wins $1,000 in this company-wide contest. As I'm losing my Apple as we speak, winners will get a call from Beasley, so be sure to answer your phone. Contest rules at 975thefanatic.com. Shout out to Iron Mountain Men's Health because the parlay cash has stood up by them. 5 chances to win. You're first right now. Good luck.
Now back to Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
All right, I'm good now. Hopefully YouTube got to see a piece of apple fly out of my mouth. We're good.
That's sort of disgusting, but it's all right.
You know who's not good?
The Helen Keller jokes that are coming across my timeline.
Oh, those.
Connor, this is on you. This is not on.
I just brought the information. I think
fault,
Andrew
Connor.
was going the Philadelphia Phillies.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
That's not good either.
Phillies dropped 2 of 3 over the weekend. That's actually good.
Why is it good?
Considering what they had been doing. They only dropped 2 of 3. They didn't get swept like they did the last series and the series before that and the series before that. And now all of a sudden, I know you don't like checking the standings, Johnny.
No, don't worry about the standings at this
It's not
point.
looking good. They're 10.5 games back of the Atlanta Braves. 9-19, worst record in baseball, dude. It's unbelievable. And now we're wondering, is today the day where there's change? Because we talked about it last week. Even though I get what you were saying last week, John, then why even bother waiting? You got some big games with Atlanta. You're so far behind them.
Yeah, what are you doing?
Why wait? I don't know if it's a respecting. I don't know if it's a let's get them back home first thing. I don't know why. But I think there was a lot of thought that today could be the day where there's change unless they had some great series in Atlanta, and they did not have that. Aaron Nola was horrific again yesterday. 6 runs in the first 2 innings, and they lose the ball game.
It's terrible.
So we're going to be joined momentarily by our man Scott Lauber, and we'll straight up ask him right away, is he expecting a change to happen today? Because we've reached a point where why wouldn't you do it at this point? Like, why would you not make a change? You're getting embarrassed.
No, they're terrible. I mean, that's bottom line. They're terrible right now. And there's nothing about they don't deserve a long leash or a benefit of the doubt at this point. It's bad. It's a really, really bad situation they're in right now.
Yeah, it's horrific. All right, joining us now from the Inquirer, covers the Phillies, also used to cover the Boston Red Sox, so we can talk a little Alex Cora with him as well. Our man Scott Lauber joins us. Scott, good morning. I'll just go right into it. Are you expecting news to drop at some point today with the Philadelphia Phillies, whether it being a firing of a member of the coaching staff, a demotion of a player? What tea leaves are you reading this morning, Scott?
Hey, guys. Yeah, I mean, look, it's an off day in the schedule, and they are 9-19. So I will tell you that Dave Dombrowski had 3 of his top advisors, all pro scouts in Atlanta with him. So there were lots of eyes and ears and opinions and recommendations, I'm sure, being given and being made. So yeah, I would say better than even chance that something happens today, but I don't know what it's going to be. I think you guys alluded to it as you were bringing me on that, I mean, what do you do? Because look, 2 things can be true, right? Like it can be, they can be 9-19 and people can call for change and you can fire the manager or fire the hitting coach, but it's not going to change the roster, which has flaws and holes and was not created by either of those people. So there are lots of problems and it is early, but look, I mean, 9-19 is what it is. And I think, I don't think it's going to be tolerated publicly if they don't make some kind of move.
Do you believe there's any case that could be made that if Rob Thompson was shown the door today, that he's being scapegoated after 4 years and the opportunities he's had with this payroll, with this talent, and the playoff collapses?
I think you could make that case. I think you could make the same case about Kevin Long as well. As I said, they didn't build the roster. Sure, they had input, but, it wasn't. Look, I mean, I keep coming back to it, and it's I feel like I'm just sort of like banging this drum, but like, look, it's a broken record. But in January, they threw $200 million at Bo Bichette because they knew that they needed not just any right-handed bat, but one to bat in the middle of the order. It's kind of an important spot. And he went and he signed with the Mets. Nothing you can do about that. But then the pivot was back to JT Realmuto, back to Alec Bohm, right? So, like, there were other ways you could have gone. Eugenio Suarez was out there. They could have acted sooner and had Alec, tried to get Alex Bregman. I mean, it wasn't a great market for right-handed hitters, but it wasn't like a barren market either. So, on one hand, they told the world, hey, we know we need another big right-handed bat, and they didn't get it. And look, this isn't the only example of this, but it's the most recent one in my head. Fourth inning yesterday, you bring your 4, 5, 6 hitters to the plate against a left-handed pitcher, granted a great one in Chris Sale, but a left-handed pitcher. They're all right-handed hitters. One of them is Felix Reyes, who's been here for 5 days. And then it's Adolis Garcia and Alec Boehm. He strikes them all out on 13 pitches, one of which was in the strike zone. So, if that's not, as glaring of an example of what's wrong with the roster, and I don't know how Rob Thompson and Kevin Long fixed that. So, yeah, look, there's going to be plenty of blame to go around. I'm not telling you anyone is blameless. No one is blameless. But sure, because you can't fire all the players, and you're not firing the president of baseball operations. So, yeah, I think you could make a case that if someone were to lose their job today, that person, whoever it is, or tomorrow or the next day, is being scapegoated.
Scott, likelihood that if they do move on from Rob Thompson today, would Dave Dombrowski pick up the phone and call his old buddy Alex Cora after the news in Boston broke this weekend?
Yeah, a lot of people are certainly connecting those dots, and for good reason. Dave Dombrowski hired Alex Cora in December of 2017. It was the first opportunity. It was the first job Cora got as a manager. They won a World Series together in 2018, and they're still close right now. So, yeah, I guess there's always the possibility. It would be highly unusual. I was trying to find the last manager to manage 2 teams in one season. And I think, I'm not totally sure, but I think you got to go back to 1991 and Buck Rogers. So, I can't find one since then. So, this kind of thing doesn't tend to happen. I do think Alex Cora is going to manage again. I don't know if it'll be this year or if it'll be next year. He has a year left on his contract, so it's not like he has to work this year. He's going to get paid. He's probably going to want an extension on the contract from whoever, or he's going to want a contract that goes beyond 27 from wherever he goes next. So there's a lot to work out there. And, if you made a move today with the manager, it might be too soon. There might not be time to work it out with Alex Cora yet. So maybe you appoint an interim and then figure it out later. So maybe it's not straight A to B. But yeah, there are going to be dots connected there, and for good reason. But we'll see. We'll see if Alex Cora wants to work. I talked to some people who are close to him over the weekend who say that he's a little bit relieved, right? That they had differences of opinion. He and Craig Breslow, the chief baseball officer there, about the direction of that team, and it was not a tenable situation. So Alex is actually relieved that it happened, and maybe wants to take a breath. I don't know, but certainly the relationship that exists between Dombrowski and Cora is only going to add fuel to the speculation that Philadelphia is Alex Cora's next landing place now or sometime in the future.
Scott, is it incorrect of me to just assume that Preston Mattingly is the heir apparent to run this franchise when Dave Dombrowski moves on?
Yeah, he's certainly next in line.
Okay,
but what happens if they crater? Of course,
if you have the man in house, though, would it ever be changing a president of baseball operations mid-season? Is that it's something that's been done many times, but would that be something that would be highly unlikely?
I think so, just because of what I know about, how John Middleton feels about Dave Dombrowski. Still thinks very highly of him, trusts him, I think, implicitly with the baseball decisions, brought him here to win a World Series, and I think feels like he's the man to finish that job. So I would say so. I would think it would take a real change of mind and heart and everything else for John Middleton to say, you know what, I'm all of a sudden out of love with Dave Dombrowski. So I think it's probably not going to fall on him, even though, like as I said, as the person who built the roster, a lot of the responsibility has to lay with him.
Yeah, Scott, I'm really angry with Dave Dombrowski, have been really angry with Dave Dombrowski. My biggest concern right now, and I would like you to either make me feel better or you might make me feel worse, is that this isn't going to get better because of the flaws in this lineup that have been flaws for a while. Maybe it's just been they've been able to survive so much that they've won 90 games and get to the playoffs. But, Scott, like all the issues that we were worried about, or maybe an issue happens with one guy and then it's the next guy the next month, they're all happening at the same time. Do you believe that this turns regardless of who's here, or are we heading to a potential horrific season for the Phillies in terms of their standards and expectations?
Yeah, I mean, so the one thing I'll say that'll make you feel better, I think, is like I don't think so. They're doing nothing well right now, right? Offense, defense, hitting, pitching, like none of it's good. If you were to ask me, like, what about it all is going to turn around, what aspect of it, I would tell you that the starting pitching is not this bad, right? And one of the reasons that leads me to that is that, like, the batting average on balls in play is ridiculously high. The hard hit rate is fairly normal. And kind of on the lower side. So those two things don't go together. It tells you a little bit that I think they've been a little unlucky. It might tell you that the defense is just horrendous, and I don't know how you fix that. But I do think that batting average on balls in play, hard hit rate, those things will kind of normalize a little bit. And I can't imagine that, you know, a rotation with Christopher Sanchez, Zach Wheeler, Jesus Luzardo, Aaron Nola, and Andrew Painter is going to be this bad forever. So I think the pitching has gone through kind of a rough, luckless 28-game stretch. And if the rotation is good, like that should be able to like keep them afloat, right? Like they shouldn't be, you know, the next 28 games shouldn't be 9-19 if the pitching, you know, normalizes and stabilizes. I don't know how you make the offense any better though. And, you know, look, like, you know, after I think the number now is 505. So they're right-handed hitters, and we talked about Bo Bichette and the need for a right-handed hitter and how they knew that in the offseason. Their right-handed hitters against left-handed pitching has a 505 OPS collectively. Like, it is hard to be that bad, really hard. And, you know, they're not going to be that bad, but they're not good either. And, like, after you get by Schwarber, Harper in the lineup, who do you trust to drive in runs? You know, you've got a bunch of 7, 8, 9 hitters in the lineup, and you don't have very many, if any, 4, 5, 6 hitters. So, you know, if it's not going to be Alec Boehm or it's not going to be Adolis Garcia or, you know, now it's, you know, Felix Reyes batted cleanup last week in Chicago. Like that's an indictment of what, you know, how the roster was made up. So, no, I don't think that they're going to be this bad forever because I think the pitching will help prop them up. But I think the lineup's a real problem. And, you know, I said this on Twitter. I wrote this on Twitter the other day. It just kind of popped in my head, and it's not an apples-to-apples comparison. But I don't know. It reminded me of this. I covered Dave Dombrowski's first 2 Red Sox teams in 2016 and 2017. And 2016 was David Ortiz's last season. And they led the league in OPS plus, and they led the league in runs per game and things like that. And then David Ortiz retired. And in 2017, the way they replaced David Ortiz in the lineup was they signed a first baseman named Mitch Moreland, and they moved Hanley Ramirez to DH. So they really didn't replace David Ortiz. And the OPS plus and the runs scored per game were kind of like middle of the pack, slightly below average in the league. And the reason they won their division that year was they loaded up on pitching. They had Chris Sale, they had David Price, they had, you know, Rick Porcello, Eduardo Rodriguez. They won their division. But offense was a problem. And it wasn't until the following offseason, after 2017, that they go out and they sign J.D. Martinez. And what do you know? They lead the league in OPS plus again and runs per game again and win the World Series. So I guess what I'm saying is, like, you know, it kind of reminds me of, like, there's a problem that exists, and Dombrowski sort of says, well, let's do it this way, and he doesn't solve the problem until the following year when, it's a realization to everyone, especially him, and maybe lastly him, that, hey, this is a real problem. We miscalculated here. Let's correct it. And so I think you've got to look at the lineup and go, where's the cleanup hitter? Where's the 5 hitter? They don't have those things. And I don't know how you get them in the middle of the season.
The bad thing is they haven't had those things. Even though they've gone to the playoffs and they were one pitch away and one throw from Trey Turner away, they would have won the World Series last year, Scott. It's just crazy that you're saying they don't have a 4 or 5 hole hitter. They didn't have one last year or the year before that either. So I don't know how Dave Dombrowski gets the opportunity to do another opportunity to try to fix it. We'll find out, though, and I imagine you'll be busy at some point today recapping some sort of news. Just a guess.
Yeah, I would think so. Again, if it's not today, it's got to be. I mean, I said that, not. You got to go back to 91, I think, to find the last manager who's managed 2 teams in 1 year. But you also don't often find managers who get fired less than 30 games into a season, and that happened to Alex Cora, and maybe it happens to Rob Thompson. So, maybe those dots are more easily connected when it's this early in the year. We'll see. But, again, 9-19, don't discount the fact that the Mets are sitting there in the same exact position, 9-19, 10.5 games behind the Braves, and probably going to make some moves themselves. So it's just a really interesting time in the NL East and here in New York, and we'll see who makes a move first.
Scott, we appreciate the time, man, and we'll be reading whatever you write today later on this afternoon. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, buddy.
Thanks, guys.
There he is. Scott Lauber joining us here on Kincade Salciunas. By the way, did you guys see that the Angels realized Jordan Romano stinks?
They did?
And they released him, and they didn't wait until the end of the season to just not put him on the playoff roster.
It's amazing. So, other teams make roster decisions during the year and don't just keep kicking themselves in the foot. Oh,
yeah.
Okay,
Red Sox fired their manager.
It's amazing. Okay. And it's not too early to do these things.
No.
Okay. Just wondering.
Got a good club, man.
Got a good club.
And again, Scott Lauber saying, they don't have a 4 or 5 hole hitter. Did they have one last year? They didn't. And I know that they won 96 games. And I know that they played the Dodgers tough. And it was a tight series, even though they only won 1 game.
Good club.
The flaws of this team have been the same flaws for years.
They never change because
and they haven't changed.
Because I'm going to blame the fan base for some of it. Because the fan base doesn't hold them accountable.
I don't think anybody wanted JT for 3 years, but
Ayo, Ayo-K.
He can't play either.
Yeah, exactly. But they love the song. Let's keep doing it.
All right, coming up next, here's the deal. We're going to talk more about the Phillies coming up next after that conversation. What's our outlook for the Phillies this year and years to come? We want to hear from you on this as well. 610-632-0975. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, The Fanatic.
Okay, you now have the countdown clock on for Mother's Day. Don't put it off. Take care of Mom. Get her something great. Go to Benari Jewelers, Exton and Newtown Square. You can look online at BenariJewelers.com just to get some ideas. But here are the ideas for you. She would love a pair of earrings. Classic diamond earrings. Every woman loves them. Get them for her at Benari. Bracelets are awesome, too, especially something that she might wear every single day. A pendant necklace is always a winner, too. And there are gemstones that are perfect that represent the children that she brought into the world, their birthstones, always something that will make her smile. It's time to give something to Mom that's going to make her remember how honored you are to have her in your life. Is she your mom? Is she your wife? Did she make you a dad? Make sure you make her feel special. With a gift from Benari's showroom in Exeter and Newtown Square, they've got amazing gifts, and more importantly, they've got amazing staff that will help you pick out the perfect gift in your budget to make sure Mom feels appreciated. It's Benari Jewelers, Exeter and Newtown Square. Tell them John Kincade sent you in for the perfect Mother's Day gift.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
Eagles wrap up the draft. I'm Connor Thomas, and the NFL draft concluded over the weekend, and the Eagles weren't just active with selections. They had 8 picks in the draft that they made, and they also traded 2 third-round picks for Vikings edge rusher Jonathan Grenard, who signed a 4-year, $100 million extension once that trade deal got done. Howie Roseman got a chance to break down all of it after the draft.
You go into this understanding that you're going to come out of it with not everything perfect, but, that'll all sort itself out. We don't play our first game till September, and if we went into the draft and we filled every hole, we probably wouldn't have had a good draft.
So the job's not finished, but the draft is, and we'll keep an eye on the Eagles as the offseason continues. The Sixers, well, we hope their offseason doesn't start soon. They lost to the Celtics 128-96 last night, their second 32-point loss of the series. Joel Embiid did return the game, but not enough to find a win for them. The Celtics are now up 3-1. They can close out the series in Boston tomorrow night. The Flyers missed the opportunity for the sweep Saturday night against the Penguins. Game 5 tonight in Pittsburgh at 7 p.m. Flyers can still find a way to win that series with a win tonight, 97-5. The Fanatic has the game live for you right here. And the Phillies did win a game over the weekend, but they still lost the series in Atlanta. And with an off day today, speculation is growing about coaching changes. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll talk to Andrew DeCecco at 9:05 for his reaction for the later rounds of the draft. This update is brought to you by Wawa's $6 meal deal. It's back. Get a sandwich, small fountain drink, and Hershey chips, all for $6. Limited time. Gotta have a Wawa. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union. 97.5 The Fanatic and the
Check out youtube.com/975 The Fanatic Philadelphia. More of Kincade and Salciunas coming your way now.
All right, in a few minutes, we're going to have a conversation about who you are as a human being. Connor and I had a very interesting conversation during the break about his old age of 32, John.
31.
Oh, sorry, 31. And then it led to a secondary conversation that I'm really curious to get your input on it, Johnny. And honestly, I would like to hear from people on it at 610-632-0975.
Yeah, we have people. We love to hear from people.
It has
not
nothing
AI bots and
it has nothing to do with sports.
Nothing?
Nothing. We'll get to that coming up in a few minutes.
Okay, nothing to do with sports.
By the way, congratulations to Alec Bohm. Do you know he is the league worst OPS among qualified batters as of today?
Did not know that.
Down to 412, his OPS.
Did not
412.
I did not know that.
And so that's why.
But they can't do anything about Alec Bohm, right?
Well, I'm glad that Scott Lauber brought up Eugenio Suarez. A lot of people shot me down for that. That'd be nice. I know that Alec Bohm's defense is better, but Alec Bohm batting cleanup can't be a thing.
Alec Bohm's defense is considerable.
Yeah, no, I know. But at least he swings a bat that actually connects with baseballs and can actually drive the baseball. So let's talk about the outlook of this team. You've been worried about a lot of the contracts.
The contracts are terrible.
And
the Phillies have, by the way, if you're a fan of MLB Network, they did the Phillies are in the worst position if there's a salary cap instituted. As if they take into consideration age of team, length of contracts that are assumed, the Phillies are in the worst position. You could be staring at an abyss.
Now, wait, Johnny.
Abyss.
Maybe the salary floor allows you to move some.
Well, that's the thing.
Maybe Trey Turner's a Marlin one day.
Could be.
I'm just saying.
Well, I mean, I do believe that Bryce Harper will be a Las Vegas A at some point. He is going to end up in Athletic. He will be a Las Vegas Athletic.
Go back to his hometown.
He will be
that's not for many years.
He will be a couple years. He'll be part of bringing that team there. Look, the salary cap's coming in. They're going to have to. This is going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. I'm telling you.
So, the rest of this season, I know Scott didn't want to completely crap on the Phillies. He said, look, there was the unlucky stat that we talked about a little bit last week about the balls in play both ways.
Remember last year was the speed off the bat.
Oh yeah. Well, and I get that one. The exit velo off a bat, I understand, because if you're squaring up on a ball and it's going right to somebody, that sucks, and that's why nobody bats 500 in Major League Baseball.
You know who's not talking about that?
Teams that are winning baseball.
The Dodgers,
games. Well, yeah, that's because they're winning.
And all them, and they spend just as much as the Phillies for the most part.
Yeah. Well,
and you know what? Their writers aren't writing these stories, having to write these stories.
Well, they don't
winning games.
Yeah, exactly.
They're
not
that's what I mean.
They're not 9 and 19.
But they don't have to write these stories.
Well, look. Scott was being asked.
No, I understand.
Does this turn around?
No, I understand, but it's that's crazy. That's crazy to me.
It's just scary that all the concerns are happening at the same time. And that does mean that maybe something gets better, like one guy gets hot. Maybe Alec Bohm starts connecting with baseballs again, and that changes things a little bit. But, Connor, we talked about this on Friday. You have a crater 4 through 8 in the order. It's not like you have one or two guys that are problem spots right now. And look, I'm not trying to – Felix Reyes has been up here for 5 seconds. I don't know what I have from 4 through 8 in the order. And the only reason why I don't say 9 is because I'm not trying to crap on Crawford at all.
No, not at all.
We said it before the season started. Hold on. Don't overdo it with Crawford or Painter, because these guys are supposed to be long-term solutions.
Correct.
Not necessarily the here and now. They'll help you now, but they're more about the next era of Phillies baseball. 4 through 8, even when Real Muto's back, are you feeling much better?
No.
It's bad. It is
awful.
Once you get through, and it's not like Turner's been playing all that great, but once you get past Turner, Harper, Schwarber, they're really bad, except for Brandon Marsh. But Brandon Marsh is only playing whenever there's a righty on the mound. How do you have any faith in this baseball team that they're going to turn it around?
Turn it around from where they're at, absolutely, because they just have too much talent not to. But is it a turnaround to the point where they'll compete for a World Series? It's hard to see that right now.
Can I ask you something? Because you said too much talent. Where's the talent in that 4 through 8? Forget Harper, Turner, Schwarber. All right, I get it. Those guys are talented baseball players. I think Turner's going to have a hot streak at some point. He's not going to hit 240 all season long. I think Schwarber's going to have a hot. We talked about the Hoagie Fest. Like, that's going to happen at some point. Bryce Harper's actually been playing really good this year. Not elite status, but he's been playing pretty damn good baseball. But you mentioned too much talent. Where?
It's not 4 through 8. That's 4 guys with a 26-man roster. You have a really good bullpen when they're healthy. They're really banged up right now. You have a really good starting rotation in theory. And I expect that to play out. And Scott Lauber was saying the same thing. They'll be better when everything's all said and done in the rotation. Like, in large part, this roster still has enough talent to be a good baseball team, but World Series contention is what the goal was, and they're nowhere close to that.
I'm going to tell you something that's going to happen. And I'm going to tell you that it's going to happen not 0%, 100%. All right? Not 0. 100%.
All right.
Johan Duran will be traded at the trade deadline.
Why do you say that?
Because who else can you trade?
Attractive asset.
He's going to be their most attractive asset, and they're going to be a team that right now, unless something drastically changes, they're a team that looks like they're going nowhere. It is a luxury item that you don't need, and he will be sought after by. You would have 5-6 clubs that would be banging down the door to get him, and the Phillies will trade him. I will say it right now. I'll be the first to say it, and I'll say it with 100% that they'll trade him.
Yeah, I disagree with that.
Okay.
I mean, he's under team control for another year after this one.
And I'm going to tell you right now, they will trade him at the trade deadline.
If you think
That's why you trade him.
Yeah, what if they don't turn it around next year?
That's why you trade him.
No,
you trade him now because you have nothing else to trade. You got nothing else to trade.
Yeah, I can't do 100% certainty on anything in a trade deadline that's going to happen in August.
That is why I will either look like an idiot or I'm going to look like a genius. I'm telling you now, on April 27th, Johan Duran will be traded by the Phillies at the trade deadline or before it. Guaranteed.
Unless they go on a 10-game winning streak starting tomorrow.
No, they're going to be. Yeah, they could be. You never know. Well, The thing is, what did they do when they fired Rob? The amount of people that I see going, what's the good of firing Rob Thompson? What's it going to do? Joe Girardi? The team wasn't this bad under Joe Girardi when they fired him. Team wasn't playing this bad. They were not this bad.
Here's what happened.
And they fired Girardi. They didn't like Girardi. It was not this bad. They love Rob Thompson. They love everyone loves the substitute teacher. When the substitute teacher's in and things are easy and no one's being held accountable and everything's great and everybody gets pat on the ass and it feels like they love that. Everyone loves coming to work when nobody's being held accountable. They didn't love Joe Girardi. They played a hell of a lot better under Joe Girardi when he got fired. At 21 and 29, they were a lot better baseball team than they are right now. A much better baseball team. When Girardi got fired.
They were pretty bad then.
Yeah, that's two games of difference.
Then this team.
That's 2 games of difference.
This team is the bottom. This team is the worst record in baseball. This team is a 4th highest payroll.
Yeah, I'm just not going much.
Yeah, that's overstating it.
This team is the worst record in baseball with the worst run differential.
Yeah, I'll say
by
they
a
were
mile.
playing. I'll say better. I won't say much. I'm not going to go.
I'm going to tell you.
MUCH.
I don't know right now. I bet you that there were 6-7 teams were the worse record than the Phillies.
That team was playing Matt Vierling and Nick Maton and Johan Rojas. Like, that team was, or not Rojas yet, but that team was also not good.
I'm going to tell you. I bet you that there were 6-7 teams with worse record than them. This is the worst team in baseball with the worst run differential.
Yeah,
and they're playing listless baseball.
No one's saying they're good. You're just, I think you're overstating that part of it. But the Duran thing, it's interesting. So my first thought when you talk about the outlook of the Phillies, and I haven't been at this point with this team, it may be better long term that they don't turn it around. Because you have guys in the minor league system that I'm excited for. Aiden Miller and Dante Nori.
Well, he's got to swing a bat.
Oh, we're talking long-term outlook. Aiden Miller and Dante Nori could be pieces for this team in the future to go alongside Justin Crawford and Andrew Painter. If you get in the mix where you're around 500 at the trade deadline, those guys will be on the table for a GM that loves to be, or a president of baseball operations that loves to be aggressive. And I'd rather see those guys here than go in on a flawed baseball team and try and make the same mistakes.
There's a lot of flaws with this baseball team, man. A ton of flaws. All right, what do we have on the Davis Honda text line? Feel the Davis difference. Check them out in Burlington.
Yeah, so we have a bunch of people checking in on all of our topics today, and a lot of people want to talk about the Phils record right now. This texter says Phils are 3-15 in their last 18 games. That might be the worst 18-game stretch in their long and not good history. Changes need to happen.
Yeah, and it's gonna happen at some point today. Gonna happen.
Are you promising me?
Yes.
I'm telling you, if no changes happen today,
yes, I'm going to promise you.
It is a middle finger to this fan base.
Yeah, there's going to be a change today. Something. It might be minuscule, but there's going to be a change today. Oh, damn it.
It is
another minute.
It is a absolute disgrace if it's not.
All right, coming up next, life question for you. Also, Jonathan Grenard caught up with John Clark. Somehow,
I think Clark caught up with him.
Somehow John Clark knew where Jonathan Grenard was the second the trade happened. It's as if somebody told him. You'll hear Jonathan Grenard and John Clark, and then a life question about travel and a very important position in society. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Got something to say about sports talk. 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
It's 8:46 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Coming up at 9:05. Maybe we'll call him even a little bit earlier because there's a lot that we need to discuss. Our man Angelo Checo, draft expert, right? We love him. His football analysis, everything about him is great when it comes to the Philadelphia Eagles and the NFL. But his draft analysis is amazing. It's why we had him on every day last week leading up to the draft, and we reacted to it on Friday. Two players that he was really high on, Eli Stowers and Markel Bell, were both selected day 2 of the NFL draft. So we'll be able to break down the entire draft for the Philadelphia Eagles, and we'll get his thoughts on the trade for Jonathan Grenard, which we've been talking about for some time now. John Clark from NBC, he joined Jonathan Grenard. He found him. He was at the Sixers game, Johnny.
That's amazing.
It's as if he knew he was going to be traded.
John Clark knows exactly where to go.
And it's as if Jonathan Grenard knew that he was going to be traded to the Philadelphia Eagles before it actually came out.
Yeah, it was.
Here is Johnny Sunshine with Jonathan Grenard over the weekend.
We're here with Jonathan Grenard. How about an introduction to Philadelphia tonight?
Man, it's crazy. Environments is exactly what I thought it was going to be. Crazy environment, welcoming and everything. So I'm excited.
What do you want to tell Eagles fans that you're going to bring to this city and the team?
I'm going to bring that same energy I've been doing my whole time in the NFL. Looking to bring some more hardware, too. So that's the main thing on the go, on the mindset.
Final question for you. Vic Fangio's defense. You've seen what it can do.
Yeah.
How do you think you're going to fit into it?
We're going to find a way. I know that. He's a genius for a reason and one of the best in the game for a reason. So I'm excited to see what we're going to draw up. I can't wait to be a part of it.
Well, thanks for stopping. Welcome to Philly. Appreciate you.
Now, remember, Grenard, back-to-back seasons with 12 sacks, and then last year, a down year last year.
A down year.
But the Eagles got him. Remember, there was talks of, like, do you have to give up a first-round pick for him? No, 2/3.
I would tell you that from talking to someone in the Eagles organization that I think knows their stuff, saying to me this weekend that the reason that he was not traded earlier, Howie wanted no one to know that the Eagles were still not hunting for an edge on the first 2 rounds of the draft, that this was just craftiness on Howie Roseman's part of not wanting people to know their plans.
Yeah.
That's next level sort of devious.
Damn right it is.
That's devious.
Howie's devious.
That's it. Like,
damn, is he successful?
That's a devious. I think to myself, people think to themselves, man, I think I could be a GM. I think I could do some of this stuff. I'm like, that's a devious next level.
I could be a baseball executive. I could do just as good of a job as Dave Dombrowski.
At what? Tell me what?
Realizing guys that aren't good but still signing them to 3-year contracts and not trading guys. And,
I don't want you to do that.
And asking your 6'5" third baseman to hit singles. Like, I could do that.
Yeah, we could probably do those.
By the way, Dave Spadaro for PhiladelphiaEagles.com, he caught up with Jonathan Grenard as well and asked him about seeing the trophies inside the now Jefferson Health Training Complex, Connor. Asked him, hey, did that move you at all? Here was Grenard's response, quote, moved me so much. I was in Minnesota. I didn't see any hardware there. I was in Houston. Didn't see any hardware. So I actually see it and hear guys talk about it. Jalen Hurts texted him saying, we're going to get
nice.
one. And it's not just talk. This is how everybody carries themselves around this building. It's the standard. The standard is the standard. He's already being.
Oh, boy.
He's already got his brain warped to say the standard.
The main thing.
Oh, here we go.
This team already had everything they need to get to that point. So bringing me here, I just feel like I can just add to that what's already being built here, and I can just be myself truly and just play ball, and everything else will work itself out. I like it. He's very excited, which is great. The standard is the standard, dude. AJ didn't feel that way.
Core values.
No,
Stats are the stats.
He believed the stats. No, the stats are my standard. Everything began with a my.
We're getting closer to June 1st, guys. All right. Life question, Johnny.
Right?
So 2 breaks ago, Connor's complaining about his back. It might have been the golf and the basketball and the beers you drank over the weekend and played those sports and not the travel. But Connor was telling me that his back hurts because he can't fly anymore. He's getting too old for flying.
I don't do the sitting very well. I don't do standing. I just lay down now.
Too old for flying. Are you freaking kidding me?
31 years
my
old.
back.
It hurts his back. It wasn't the beers, the golf, and the basketball.
Too old for flying? What the hell are you talking about?
It was the too old for flying. So I asked him, I was like, dude, why don't you just pony up a little bit more and buy the exit row? Get a seat in the exit row so you have extra leg room. Then we started talking.
All right. What now?
Connor did not realize that there are more responsibilities with sitting in the exit row other than just opening the door.
What?
Yeah, I thought you just opened the door. After you. There you go.
I said no, Connor. You actually have to assist people.
You have to
getting
help
off
people
the plane.
get off the plane. You don't get to just get off first. You're supposed to agree that you're going to help people exit.
No, they said on Titanic, women, children, exit row. That's the order.
Connor would be George Costanza at the birthday party.
Well, question. What if, God forbid, something were to actually happen and you land in water or maybe there's smoke or something and you need to get off the plane? Are you assisting?
Absolutely. Absolutely. You couldn't look at women or children.
That's a good point.
You couldn't do that. You would be, your immediately kicks in as going, I get into it the other night without giving something up. I inserted myself into something that I shouldn't have.
Okay.
There was a a-hole to a server.
Really?
And and I got involved and said, yo, so everybody heard it because everybody could hear this guy treating this. And I said, yo, you feel like a really big man?
Johnny Alleyway.
Talking to a 23-year-old girl who probably doesn't need, and in that same tone.
Yeah.
That doesn't need you. Do you know how much, are you feeling really big right now? And he was with his family.
Oh.
And I got told that maybe I should have just said it to him on the side. And I'm like, no, that guy needed to be told.
Because
he was being an ignorant, and the poor girl was like, and she was very thankful afterwards and everything, but I was told I should have done that in a quieter tone or something like that.
Who told you that? Connor,
but I mean, the thing is, though, there's things you do. There's things you kick in. The instinct kicks in.
Sure.
Your instinct would kick in. You'd be like, that's somebody else's
that I have
coop.
a child.
That's somebody else's coop. That's somebody else's Christie.
Connor,
I'm going to help.
Are you helping or are you saying no? I opened the door. I did my part.
Connor would help. Connor, you would help. Oh, come on.
There are a lot of heroes out there in our society that rise to the occasion. I don't know if I'm one of them.
Connor, you are one of the kindest people that I've ever known in my entire life. You are one of the kindest. You are one of the kindest people that I've ever known.
Not all heroes are kind. Not all kind people are heroes.
Connor absolutely would help. His instinct may be there may be a little panic at the moment. Connor absolutely would never let girls, women, children be in a situation where they were scared that he didn't help.
But Connor, you see John and I both get up, but the overhead compartment, the bags hit us both in the head. You have one of us to save. Who are you saving?
Myself. Skill issue. Don't get hit in the head.
No,
That's one of the first things they tell you. Things may shift in flight.
And here's what I would also say. I am saving the younger person.
Oh, wow.
Absolutely.
Good to know you have a list. By the way, I've got Salciunas by a couple months, so I'll be saved.
Damn it.
No, I would absolutely save the younger person.
I'm a father.
The younger person should be saved. It's the way
we don't know. I know Garage gets wild every once in a while.
Now.
By the way, when are they taking off that freaking stupid painting?
It has nothing to do with it.
No, it does.
No, it does.
I'm tired of that freaking establishment's bad paintings. Matisse Thybulle sucks. Brandon Marsh, Bryson Stott, Alec Boehm stink.
Why do they? Here's what I would suggest.
Can we pick a good player?
Here's what I would suggest. It's a wonderful establishment.
It's the curse of the mural.
Stop doing it.
They don't get to choose what goes on the wall. It's a partnership.
Then stop doing it.
It's the curse
of
the
mural.
Then do
something.
They get money for it.
Then come up with something else to get money for. There's other ways you can do it,
man.
Because it's terrible. Whoever they choose, it's terrible.
It's not them choosing. They don't have the say.
No, I'm saying
it's the team.
Then you got to go. Then you got to find another way to make money.
I think we have bigger problems than a painting.
Are they going to do a Dembona next? Is that going to be their next painting?
Maybe. Sixers come back. You never know.
All right, coming up next, our man Andrew DeCecco.
See how kind you are,
Connor?
Connor? You bring that up.
A breakdown of the Eagles draft, also the trade for Jonathan Grenard. It was a busy weekend for the Eagles. We can also ask him what's next. Howie was asked what's next, and the safety position came up. So is there still an area where you think Andrew believes they need to address during this offseason? That's why we get to talk to him. Can't wait. He joins us next. Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
Don't put off Mother's Day shopping. I'm telling you guys. You're going to panic. And then it's going to be the day before, and you're going to run to the supermarket. You're going to get her some crappy flowers. But you're not this year because you're going to go to Benari Jewelers in Exeter, Newtown Square. You're going to shop online at BenariJewelers.com and check out all the amazing things. Maybe she'd love a pendant necklace. or a bracelet that she can wear every day. And I can tell you this, a pair of classic diamond earrings is going to be a hit any time you give them to her. Whether it's your mom, whether it's your wife who made you a dad, you can make sure that she is going to be celebrated this Mother's Day with a gift that shows you actually paid attention. You actually had a plan with a gift from Benari. Benari's showroom is filled with amazing, amazing gifts in a bunch of different price points. So you can find her something that's going to make her feel so, so happy. But also, though, their team at Benari is going to make sure that you pick a gift that is perfect for her, and they'll help you through the whole process. I promise you. You're going to feel so, so good about it. The gift you get from Benari is going to make her smile, and when you see what it cost you, it's going to make you smile, too. It's Benari Jewelers, Exeter in Newtown Square. Tell them John Kincade sent you in for the perfect Mother's Day gift.
Now, on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
A lot of moves for the Eagles. I'm Connor Thomas, and the NFL draft concluded over the weekend. The Eagles weren't just active with their selections. They did make 8 picks in the 2026 draft, and they moved 2 more of them. They traded 2 third-round picks for Vikings edge rusher Jonathan Grenard. Also signed him to a 4-year, $100 million extension. Howie Roseman was busy. He got a chance to talk about if he left anything on the table.
I don't really play a lot of what-ifs. I would just say feel really good about the decision we made to trade up for Mackay. Feel really good about the decision we made to bring in JG here. Definitely no regrets.
There's still work to do, though. We'll talk to Andrew DiCecco coming up next for what the Eagles could have next on their drawing board. The Sixers lost to the Celtics 128-96 last night. It's their second 32-point loss of the series. Joel Embiid did return in the game, but clearly not enough effort, or not effort really, but not enough for the Sixers to find a win. The Celtics are now up 3-1 in that series. They can close it out in Boston tomorrow night. The Flyers are 1 win away from closing out their series against the Penguins. They missed an opportunity for the sweep Saturday night. But Game 5 is tonight in Pittsburgh at 7 p.m. You can hear it live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Phillies won a game over the weekend, but they still lost the series in Atlanta. And with an off day today and the team 10 games under 500, speculation is growing about potential coaching changes. We'll have an eye on that all day as well. I'm Connor Thomas for the home of the Sixers, Flyers, and Union, 97.5 The Fanatic and the Fanatic app.
Let's hear what they got into earlier today on Kincade Salciunas.
Sixers lose yesterday in a big way. 32 points again. We got to see the return of the big man yesterday.
I don't understand the plan last.
It was get the ball to Joe. And
that's stupid.
It didn't work.
That is stupid to me. Look, Nick Nurse wakes up this morning forgetting more basketball than I could ever hope to know. Sure. So I make that clear right off the bat. But even I could tell you that makes no sense with what you'd seen with Maxey and Edgecombe in this series.
Then there's the Flyers. Flyers had their game on Saturday. Like you mentioned, Vladar wasn't his best. There's no worry, right? Like, we're good.
No, I'm
right?
not worried in the least. I would suggest, though, as was brought up by John Marks, that Bill Colarulo,
a walk of shame,
needs to be duct taped. And I'm telling you, Ricky needs to, it needs to be a swirly or whatever. The stupid broom. Stop it with the broom crap.
Today being the off day, which we talked about last week, they'll probably get through this series with Atlanta, and then it'll be the off day where they make the decision. I don't think I ever want to guarantee somebody losing their job, but it feels very, very likely that it's either Thompson or it's Kevin Long or it's both. Or somebody gets sent down, like a player of note, like an Alec Boehm. There's going to be news today for the Philadelphia Phillies, I would imagine.
Now back to the show.
Yeah, we're kind of just keeping an eye on that. Nothing is broken yet today, but make sure you listen to Middays with Marks Unfiltered, as you always should, that if news happens with the Philadelphia Phillies, there will be plenty of reaction to it. It's an off day. Last week, we talked about how if they were to do it, today would probably be the day. Scott Lauber, we had him on earlier this morning. You could check that out on 975thefanatic.com or the YouTube page. Scott kind of reading the tea leaves feels like if there was to be something, it would be today. And we're all saying the same thing. This is not all Rob Thompson's fault, but somebody's going to be the guy that takes the bullet, lack of a better term. Sorry.
And, there's so much going on. I respect the hockey wherewithal of Bill Colarulo, but if he in any way wavers, comes with one opinion today, that the Flyers are anyone like, watch this series now, it's getting dicey, after bringing out the brooms when it was 3-0.
Yeah, no, he can't do that.
He needs to be beaten with the broom. I jinxed it. He needs to be beaten with the broom.
Sounds like jinx. Sounds like jinx talk.
No, if you come out with a broom, you're telling everybody the series is over. So you can't then be, is the series up for grabs? No. You told everybody the series is over when you brought out the stupid broom. So stick consistent with your message.
Now, as Sean Robin pointed out to us, Sean in the back doing a great job as always, as well as our man Austin Jones. Sean mentioning that Vito was the one who originally brought in the broom.
Who was the one swinging it on social media and tossing it around?
Bill.
Bill takes the bullet for this, even though Vito deserves to be smacked too.
I don't think any of it's smack-worthy.
No, if anyone then who swings a broom when it's 3-0 utters an opinion that says, boy, if they lose tonight, the series starts to get scary, shush, because you told us it was over at 3-0. You brought out a stupid broom. Don't do it. Just don't do it, because you knew this series could be dicey till the end.
You know who would never do that?
Who was that?
Andrew Tacheko.
No, he would never do that because he's smart.
Damn
By
right.
the way, his draft work this year was exceptional.
This year?
And you find out after the fact how good it was.
Yeah, absolutely. He talked about Eli Stowers a lot with us. He talked about Markel Bell a lot with us. They were both selected by the Eagles in day 2 of the NFL draft. Andrew Tacheko joins us here on Kincade Salciunas. Andrew, first and foremost, before we start breaking it down, I hope Saturday was the best day of the year for you, like it always is.
It was a solid day. It was a long but a solid day, and I think there's a lot of really interesting players that came off the board, and the Eagles got perhaps the most interesting player, which I'm sure we'll get into in a moment.
Yeah, we're going to break down the whole draft with you. We'll start with the second round. We had you on Friday with Mekhi Lemon. You love the pick. Great. Eli Stowers, a guy that you have been talking about with us for literally months. Like, it wasn't just last week you talked about it. You've been telling us about Eli Stowers for a very long time. So, the Eagles landed him. So talk more about Stowers and how he can fit in a Sean Mannion offense, which comes from the McVay and Shanahan tree.
Yeah, I think Eli Stowers really fits the modern NFL, where you can be that athletic move tight end and create matchup issues for other defenses. And he has really good ball skills. He can be a 3-level threat. I mean, look at his testing numbers, a 45.5-inch vertical, his 40 time 4.51. This is an explosive, dynamic athlete. And yes, he does leave something to be desired when it comes to blocking. I got some pushback on that every time I would bring up Eli Stowers, but
you got to look a little beneath the surface here, because with him, you're getting such a unique offensive weapon. I wouldn't even say necessarily even just a tight end. You're getting a weapon who can be moved around formations, and you don't bypass on a player with that kind of skill set simply because he's maybe more deficient in a certain area. You work on those qualities like the Eagles did with Zach Ertz and Dallas Goedert, and you take the receiving upside. And I think in this Sean Mannion offense, guys, you're going to see him see some volume and find unique. I think they're going to find unique ways to get him the football. I don't know if he'll all of a sudden be take on the lion's share of the snaps or eat into Dallas Goedert's targets in any meaningful way, but he does add another appealing offensive addition that can give you some different looks and force defenses to play you a little bit differently.
Can you tell us ways that you believe he's different than Dallas Goedert and ways that he's similar?
I think he's, when it comes to route running and overall just explosiveness after the catch, that acceleration, they're similar. But Eli Stowers is a different kind of an athlete compared to Dallas Goedert, because if you watch him, watch the way that he catches the football, how he moves, he glides on the field when he runs his routes, and he can be someone that I think can take the top off of a defense because he does have the ability to track the football and do some explosive, dynamic kind of things as a pass catcher. Dallas can as well, but Dallas is also going to give you a little bit more in terms of blocking. Now, he took a little bit of a step back in that area last season, but I think he still gives you more there, and he has the frame, I think, that will probably always be the superior blocker. But I think with Stowers, he has the ability to add some more muscle and fill out his frame a little bit more, 6'4", 239 pounds. But this is just a special kind of athlete that I really do believe that in this offense the Eagles are going to make best use of.
All right, now tell us more about Markel Bell, a guy that you mentioned a few times, especially Friday when we talked about the Eagles not landing that potential Lane Johnson replacement. You said, hey, there's a guy out of Miami, Markel Bell. Talk more about him, a guy that Jordan Mailata has to look up to because of his size.
Yeah, mountainous offensive lineman. His wingspan is 87 and an eighth inch, which is insane. Well, 6'9", 346 pounds. This is, and when they drafted him, I kind of thought, I was like, oh, that looks like a Jeff Stoutland type of offensive lineman. You know, the maulers who have a little bit of athleticism, but they didn't have the profile that we were going into it, kind of thinking the undersized lineman who's going to be quicker with in terms of lateral agility and getting to the second level. But Markel Bell is a really interesting developmental tackle because he has the power to anchor in the run game. He's pretty light on his feet for as big as he is, and he has room to grow. This is a player that hasn't really, his first 2 years, it was at junior college, and then he goes to Miami. He's 21 years old. This is swinging for upside, and it's not even necessarily as much of a projection because you're looking at what he just did last season, and then you're sort of forecasting what this player is going to become. It's not like there's blind faith there. I do believe that Markel Bell has a lot of ability, and he's probably a year or so away from really being someone that they can count on. But then you're now banking on your player development and the coaches in the building to get the most out of him, because I really liked him as a day two player, and he was my top graded tackle going into day two.
I look at guys like Stowers. I look at the guys like Lemon, and I'm saying again, I'll ask you a question we talked about the other day. They're going to be throwing the ball over the middle of the field, and this is going to look so drastically different, this offense, if the talent that they've assembled in the receiving game comes to fruition.
Yeah, it's certainly lining up that way, and when you add two interior offensive weapons, now I do expect the Eagles to find ways to move Mekhi Lemon outside, use Stowers, outside, move them all around the formation. But yeah, for this offense to work, John, this Kyle Shanahan, Sean McVay-esque type of offense, it can't purely be outside the numbers throwing. You're going to have to really start to have to work inside, be willing to fit the football into tight windows, throw with anticipation, and have that quick decision making to keep the offense on schedule and keep things rolling. So it's going to be a departure from what the Eagles have done over the years. But yes, all indications are, based on the weapons that they've added, to me, it feels like, okay. I mean, they've armed the Eagles offense with as many offensive weapons as possible. So there's not going to be any excuses as to why, things maybe don't get off to or if anything doesn't go according to plan. They have enough weapons there. Now it's about embracing the change and executing it on the field.
Andrew DeCecco from Inside the Birds and 97.5 The Fanatic joins us. Incredible draft coverage leading up to it, during, and after. And I know he's already done his research on Uar Bernard from Nigeria. He has the measurables of Myles Garrett. The only thing is he's never played football before. So tell us what you have heard, read so far on Bernard, where this guy has 6% body fat.
One of my favorite draft picks. In fact, when I saw the testing numbers, I made some phone calls and reached out to someone who works with him, who oversees the International Pathway Program. Had the conversation with this gentleman on Easter Sunday to make sure I did my due diligence. And this is a 6'4.5" inch athlete, 306 pounds, 4'6'3", 40-yard dash, and he comes from Nigeria. Never played football before. He grew up playing soccer, basketball. He was a center and a forward, and he lost his father at an early age, and he was sort of, you see the athleticism. He went to a combine, and he was too young for the combine at the time, but it was sort of the seed was planted that, hey, listen, you have a chance that when you're of age to do this, you have a chance to make something happen here and change the lives of your family. And he took it seriously. He trained, and when he went to one of the combines, I think it was in London, when I was talking to Javon Gopi, he mentioned that they didn't even have shoes that could fit his feet, so he had to do the vertical in socks, and he hit a 38-inch vertical there, and that was, I think, in October in a combine. So this is just an outstanding athlete, and he mentioned that he probably projects as a 4-eye, so a defensive tackle, and then we're going to have to wait and see how he handles, contact, putting the pads on. This is all new to him, and it really took Jordan Mailata 3 years before he was really able to step in and make an impact. So very interesting player, and one that I am very fascinated to see how he does, combating offensive guards, assuming he is going to be a defensive tackle.
If you were going to do an overhaul of a team, sort of a team that's been successful, but do a major sort of drastic change to how they play the game, do you think it's easier to do it on the offensive side of the ball or the defensive side of the ball?
Well, it should be easier to do it on the offensive side of the ball. They're armed with a number of different players with different skill sets. So I would say,
and I'm not just talking about this Eagles team. If you were talking about in the NFL, do you think this Eagles team is in a good position because doing it on the offensive side should be something that they can execute?
Well, I mean, there's a lot more questions when it comes to offense. There's more complexities there, John. So I'm gonna probably, on second thought, lean towards defense. Not to say that there aren't different variables there as well that present challenges, but I think offensively, when you're seeing all the the schematics and trying to find the right fits for certain systems and be able to do it without having any concessions, right? You have to be able to be full bore when you're implementing a system like a Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay, and it's not going to be for everybody. And you've seen different teams experience a lot of success, but you've also seen some hindrances and things like that. Whereas with defense, I think, I'm not saying it's cut and dried, but I think there's a little less of an acclimation period for that.
Andrew, what did you make of the selection of Cole Payton, quarterback out of North Dakota State? There's Taysom Hill comps. And also, do you think this means something for Tanner McKee down the road?
Yeah, I like Cole Payton, and one of my I think my first and second mock draft, I had him at 178 to the Eagles, and this is an interesting player in that he was a redshirt senior and started his first season in his final year. He's a little bit of an older prospect at 23. I think he's going to be 24 years old, but a tremendous athlete. 777 rushing yards last season, 72% completion percentage. He's still really raw, especially mechanically, but athletically, and you look at the arm strength, I think there's a lot of developmental qualities there. And it'll be sort of a project there for Parks Frazier, the Eagles' new quarterbacks coach. But he does bring some unique ability when he's on the field when it comes to running the football. 6'3", 235 pounds or thereabouts. So his frame is kind of reminds me. His frame reminds me of Tim Tebow. But I think he's certainly a much better passer in that regard. And if you're looking for a comparison to Kyle McCord last season, perhaps, I would say that he's head and shoulders above where Kyle McCord is, and I think he projects to be a better player. He's going to require some seasoning and some retooling when it comes to mechanics, but I think it's a really interesting pick.
All right. And then just real quick, while we still have you, Micah Morris, guard out of Georgia, Cole Wisniewski, safety out of Texas Tech, Keyshawn James Newby, outside linebacker from New Mexico. Your thoughts on those players, because day 3 is your holiday.
Yeah, Micah Morris, you look at his size and going up against the likes of Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis at Georgia as a true freshman, I think that can almost help shape you and prepare you for what's ahead. He played at a very high level of competition at Georgia, started 5 games at right guard in 2024 in place of an injured Tate Ratledge, and then he started all the games last season at left guard. So you like the versatility that he brings, and the Eagles don't have a true reserve guard. If you parse through the roster, I imagine that they're going to have to add a veteran at some point, but I like his chances the most out of all of the Eagles' day 3 selections. And Cole Wisniewski, 6'3", 220 pounds. I just wrote a story about him. I tweeted it on I tweeted it on X, and then I talked to one of his college coaches who gave a really good insight into the player. High-level football intellect, tough as nails, and I think that while he's sort of being, you're starting to see the narrative surrounding him in terms of his coverage ability, there might be some things in that story that you read and it maybe alters your opinion of the player. But I kind of see a lot of special teams in his future this season, but I'm interested to see what he's able to do, because everything that I've gathered suggests that he is really going to absorb a defensive system at this level and has a little bit more athleticism than he's given credit for.
All right, Andrew, we appreciate the time, man.
Thank you, buddy.
Your draft work was excellent, and now you're going to start preparing for the 2027 NFL draft, right?
Training camp's coming. His training camp story.
When's mock draft?
Rookie camp
One
stories.
thing at a time. Rookie camp's next.
But he's making his story ideas in that little,
in the notebook. We appreciate the time, Andrew. Great work as always, man.
Thanks, guys. Talk soon.
There he is, Andrew the Checker. Here's the beauty of him, right?
He's got a very beautiful thing going.
He's not doing mock draft 1.0 next month.
No.
Like a Kuiper does and all those guys, because that's their job. Andrew DeCecco, all that analysis, all that information, all that insight on the players that the Eagles selected, and he had a lot of that before they were even selected. I don't know when he starts studying, but he covers the Eagles.
Well, he loves doing it all year long, though. He really is into that. He loves covering it up. But one of the things which is crazy about him, though, is, and I've never seen anyone like him. He works with no notes.
Yeah, it's all off the top of his head, man.
When he's in studio with us, it's no notes, which I just find unbelievable. He's a cyborg with this stuff.
He's got guys' height,
and
weight,
he loves it. He loves
40 times.
He loves it.
It's incredible.
I can't remember to bring out the trash.
Yeah,
he's incredible, and he's a great asset. And we're glad to have him.
Damn right he is. All right, coming up next, Davis on the text line, Dr. Ivan Appel, poll of the day as we continue to await whether or not the Phillies make a move today. They should.
Marks is going to get this, isn't he?
Yeah, it'll happen. Yeah, we're not getting it. Don't worry. We had the
nonsense.
AJ story a couple weeks ago. Don't worry. But we also look ahead to this week. The Phillies need to start freaking winning games. Could now be the time to do it when you look at the schedule ahead. Sixers, Flyers. It might not be as busy this week because there's no NFL draft, but there's still a lot going on this week. Can the Phillies turn things around? Who knows? It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5, the Fanatic. All right, I wouldn't bet on it. How about that for a transition? FanDuel, partnership with Valley Forge. It's serving up a happy hour every day during the NBA playoffs. I love this. We're talking special drops that you don't want to miss, from profit boosts to bonus bets and more. And the best part is it's every single day. So if you've been following me along the FanDuel ride this year, the FanDuel train during the NBA, they did happy hours on Fridays. But during the NBA playoffs, they're doing it every single day. So three-point shooting props, assists, whatever specials that they provide for you. Whether you're betting the early game or gearing up for primetime, make sure you open up that FanDuel app every single day and see what's waiting for you. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local to get started. All users get the happy hour, not just new users, all users. FanDuel, it's an official partner of the NBA. You got to be 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania, opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now on 97.5 The Fanatic Sports Update.
The NFL Draft wraps up. I'm Connor Thomas, and the NFL Draft concluded over the weekend. The Eagles weren't just active with their selections, though. They also made a big trade, going out and getting Jonathan Grenard, an edge rusher from the Vikings, moving 2 third-round picks to do that. They made 8 selections in the draft as well. Oh, and by the way, Grenard got a 4-year, $100 million extension. So Howie Roseman was busy. He had a chance to talk about the draft and what his evaluation of it was over the weekend.
You go into this understanding that you're going to come out of it with not everything perfect, but, that'll all sort itself out. We don't play our first game till September. And if we went into the draft and we filled every hole, we probably wouldn't have had a good draft.
So you heard him say it. There's still work to do for the Eagles. We'll keep an eye on that as rookie minicamp is the next thing up. The Sixers lost to the Celtics 128-96 last night. Their second 32-point loss of the series. Joel Embiid did return in the game, but it was not nearly enough to find a win. Celtics now up 3-1 in that series. The Sixers are going to fight for their lives tomorrow night in Boston. The Flyers missed the opportunity for the sweep Saturday night against the Penguins. Game 5 is tonight as they still hold a 3-1 series advantage themselves in Pittsburgh. 7 p.m. puck drop. You can hear it live here on 97.5 The Fanatic. And the Phillies finally won a game over the weekend, but they still lost the series in Atlanta. And with an off day today, the eye is now on potential coaching changes. We'll keep you updated on that throughout the day. This update is brought to you by Cirque du Soleil Lucia. Cirque du Soleil Lucia is coming to
host
easy for some to say, a spectacular world of light, rain, and acrobatics. Get your Cirque du Soleil Lucia tickets on the Fever app or at CirqueDuSoleil.com. I'm Connor Thomas for The Fanatic.
Got something to
The final hour of Kincade Salciunas is presented to you by The Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag. You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's. You need details? Go to Bagster.com.
All right, it's 9:30 here on Kincade and Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. We're going to sort of look ahead a little bit here because there are still 2 playoff series, even though Saturday and Sunday didn't go our way. One, you're not worried about. The other, you're thinking, the end is near. That's with the Sixers. Phillies dropped 2 of 3. We'll find out if they make a move today, and then we'll see how the rest of the week plays out. But let's get to a call here because John in Klein Township not too thrilled with the Phillies. I don't know. Where is Klein Township, Johnny?
Right by Hazleton, Shunas. This is me, buddy. I haven't talked to you in a couple years.
Johnny, what's up, man? I haven't talked to you in a minute.
How are you? How's the wife and kids? How's everything going?
Dude, everyone's good. Thanks for checking in. I miss you. John has been calling Dave Dombrowski for like 5 years, even when they were going to the World Series.
So even when things were good, he was calling him Dave Dombrowski.
Yeah, not a big Dombrowski guy.
Absolutely not. And him and Thompson should be gone today, Tunis. I can't take it anymore. That corpse in the dugout is such a downer. And you know what gets me? After the game, he'll cry about the pitching staff is getting taxed. It's just, but yet every inning he'll run out there with 2 outs and pull a pitcher, bring him back out for the next inning, let him pitch an out or 2 and take him out.
Where's your accent
has
from?
To warm up again.
Where's this accent from? Where's your accent from? It's fantastic.
Hazleton.
That's really where it's from?
Yeah.
It is a fantastic accent.
John is a diehard Phillies. I've been talking to John for a long time, going back with the days with Ant, like a big time Phillies fan. But you are somebody.
When you had your own show, Tunis.
That's true. You are somebody that gets
6 o'clock.
Oh, it was the one you used to tell me about
Fanatic
with Fanatic
baseball show. I mean, we're going. I mean, John and I go way back.
So he is a huge. You're giving me his pedigree.
Yeah, he's a diehard Phillies fan, and I know that when things aren't going well, this is your time. This is your fastball right now, John.
Yes, I could not take another day of watching that pathetic team that Dombrowski put together. I could take it no more. I'm listening. Bohm's got to go. Stott's got to go. Marsh got to play against every pitcher because he's hit. I don't want to hear, oh, well, it's a righty, it's a lefty, it's a this, it's a that. I'm sick of his lineup every day. It just the stupidity that Thompson does every game, I could take it no more. And then they hear that, oh, well, we're going to come out of it. We're going to come out of it. Our players can hit Tunis. It's been shown how many years in a row come playoff time we have 5 hits a game.
They ran it back, dude.
Good?
They ran it back. They thought this team was good enough. Johnny, great hearing from you, brother. It's been a while.
That's awesome.
So John,
his accent, that's fantastic.
So you think that was heat? That guy used to this was the Kapler days when I had the Fanatic baseball show. Those were always fun conversations.
Oh, I can imagine he was losing his mind.
Dude, Gabe Kapler.
With good reason. Gabe Kapler was a buffoon. He was a buffoon.
I still remember it was when you were in Atlanta when
he was such a buffoon.
The Hobie Milner, he wasn't warmed up.
Oh my gosh.
The umpire was like, whoa, hold on a second.
He was so bad.
That poor guy hasn't warmed up yet.
He was so terrible. Gabe Kapler was terrible.
Oh, God. It's great to reconnect
that's awesome.
With old friends, man.
That's awesome. He was so enthusiastic to talk to you.
He loves the Phillies, and it's just, this is his fastball. He is one of the guys, though, where you don't really hear from him when things are going well.
Oh, no.
Which I don't understand why.
That doesn't sound good.
I don't know why, because, John, I know he loves the Phillies, so you would think he would also celebrate the highs, but he's one of those guys where it's like, things aren't going well. It's my time to shine.
That's a bummer.
All right. So we think a move happens today. I promised you.
We
earlier.
do.
I promised you that a move happens today. I don't know what it is.
Okay, who is it?
I don't know.
Okay, we got to go on record. Connor says, you believe no moves.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to.
I think that's crazy. I think that.
I believe Kevin Long will be gone today.
That's my guess, too, considering the way Rob Thompson spoke so highly of him.
That I think he thinks he's getting the axe. So Rob Thompson was giving him a life raft of public support before it happened.
Now, let me ask you guys this question.
Which I think is a joke if Rob Thompson's.
Rob Thompson more Doug P? or more Nick Sirianni. Sirianni's
he's Nick Sirianni.
Sirianni's like, all right, yep, Mr. Lurie, sure. Yeah, we'll move on to the next guy. Whereas Doug was like,
no, I think he's Nick Sirianni.
I'm going down with my guys.
No, he's going to let him. He'll let him go because look, it's. He was given a lifeline by Bryce Harper and Schwarber and Turner. That's where he's been. He's been given the total lifeline by those guys. They've been giving him total support for a long time now. So he's fine.
You think Topper survives today?
And I think Topper will be just like, okay. Yeah, I think Topper wants to stay with this team.
I just wonder then, like, let's play this out. News comes out, Kevin Long fired today. Everybody who wants Kevin Long fired rejoices. And then what? How long does Rob Thompson get after that? Like, what?
I think Rob Thompson just figures out the season.
So that if it continues to spiral.
So he's safe if he doesn't get fired today?
No, I think Rob Thompson's going to finish out the season. I really do. I think he's going to finish out.
Wow.
Yeah, I do. I think he's going to finish out.
Now, why is that? Because you've been big on the Rob Thompson move.
Because if he doesn't, no, what I'm saying is if he doesn't go today, he doesn't. Yesterday sounded suspicious to me that he isn't going. It sounded very suspicious to me that he's not going.
This is why I don't think a move is going to be made, because I think they're going to do what Boston did. I think it'll be sweeping. They're going to get everybody in one fell swoop that they believe they need to move on from, which would be, to me, the manager and the hitting coach together.
So how much longer are we waiting?
Not much. Not much
longer.
longer.
They've lost 11 of their last 12
and
games.
today would be the perfect day to do it.
It's an off day.
Today's the perfect day.
You returned home because you have a series at home.
And more importantly, they're going to take so many bullets for this if they don't. They are going to take so many bullets.
Are they going to take more than they've already been taking for another week or two?
Yeah, because this can really hurt the people who are in the ticket sales office.
Hey, by the way, speaking of ticket sales, you're at home today. If they don't make them, or you're tomorrow, if they don't make a move, I wonder. You got playoffs going on.
You know how much you can get?
Sixers,
You know how much you can get in the building for tomorrow night?
Cheap.
Lower level.
Cheap right now.
$33, $34. This town is disconnected.
Yeah, they're showing you, and it all started with them running it back.
Yeah, but
I know there were a lot of Phillies fans that were like pro run it back. But
we said.
But John, this was the most vocal "Wake me up when October comes" that we've ever heard. This was the most. This was the most vocal where people were upset with the roster. A lot of people done with the daycare. Finally, it's only been 3 years. You're just realizing it. But I think this was the most vocal offseason where people wanted change. And the only change we got was Nick Castellanos. Like, that was the only change. They brought back Taijuan Walker until they released him last week.
Good they got rid of that Nick Castellanos. He was the problem. He was the problem.
He was the only one.
Glad they got rid of him because he was the problem.
Well, he hasn't been good in San Diego.
No,
yeah, but he was he was made as got rid of him.
That's the point. Like, he was
the problem.
No, he's been horrible in San Diego.
No, he has been. But he was the guy. Not the problem here.
Yeah.
He was not the problem.
There's a lot of problems.
Yeah, absolutely.
The guys who call the shots.
They hated him, dude.
The guys who call the shots, the guys who get to handpick their coaches, handpick their teammates, get to dictate everything.
Now. Let's not make this a Harper kicked out Castellanos thing, because Castellanos was very on the record about not listening to Rob Thompson or Kevin Long.
Yes.
And I would imagine that those guys have some power in that decision too.
Oh, no. Connor, you are absolutely correct.
Yep.
You're not in any way incorrect with that.
All right.
But if you don't believe, though, that Harper was extremely happy, vocal, or otherwise on his dislike of Castellanos, I'll disagree with you completely.
Yeah, I'm not saying he's not. I'm just saying there are multiple parties at play there.
Because one guy had the cojones to say, yo, shut up, when Bryce Harper was telling the commissioner.
He didn't want to talk.
That the commissioner, we don't want to hear you effing stuff it. And one player said, hey, there are people in here who would like to hear from the commissioner of baseball. And there's one guy who said, hey, could you let the people who want to hear from him hear? And that didn't sit well with one Bryce Harper.
Yeah.
So thankfully, somebody spoke up for the other players in the team who don't have the 13-year contract.
He's not devastated that he's gone. Let's
not at all.
That.
Correct.
All right, so you're a week ahead. So we're waiting for news for the Phillies today. That's today's outlook, and we have Flyers game 5, 7 o'clock puck drop. Listen live right here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The Sixers series continues. They are back at it tomorrow in Boston tomorrow. Game here on 97.5 The Fanatic. I think it ends tomorrow. I didn't leave you on a good note on Friday.
Yeah, I don't think
you were away. John goes like at 9:54. Did the Sixers make it 2-2? I was like, I'm excited to watch them play basketball.
Oh, and Amy and I both were like, boom, hiss.
Yeah, and they played really well Friday. I give them a lot of credit. Then yesterday, I hated what they tried forcing it to Embiid yesterday. It was just dumb. Sixers tomorrow, if they can continue the series, they'll play again on Thursday. We'll see if they can continue the series. Can the Phillies turn things around? Giants, Marlins, your next 7 games. These are winnable games.
Oh, gosh, yes. You should, if they're going to turn things around, you put a 6-1 together. Put a 6-1 together.
Winnable games. You are the better team, even though your record doesn't say so. You are the better team on paper. Can they turn things around over this next 7-game stretch? And even though the A's have come out pretty good to start the season this year, that's another team that you're better than on paper. And then it's the Rockies, and then it's the Red Sox, who just fired their manager because they realized time is done. Then it's the Pirates, and then it's the Reds. Like, the Phillies actually over the next...
Yes, you have a chance.
What's today? April. So April 28th will be the day the series starts tomorrow with San Francisco through May 17th.
Yep. You got a chance to... If you're ever going to turn this thing around, you got a chance.
Remember, I told you guys coming into the season, at the end of the month of April, they're going to be 500 or below, and people will be losing their minds. And part of it is the schedule. And part of it is this team has been playing absolutely terrible, and there's not a lot of upside right now.
Well, and the fire gets lit today when they fire somebody. We'll see. They should do it. They should. It's been so embarrassing this year.
It's terrible.
All right, coming up next, we got to preview Game 5. Do the Flyers end it tonight? Unfortunately, not in front of the Flyers faithful. I'm sure some made the trip to Pittsburgh. That, and I don't know if you guys heard it, but we gave away a pair of tickets last week.
Oh, my gosh. It was wonderful, wasn't it?
Our man Mason, who won.
What a great dude.
Somebody found him outside of the stadium after Game 3, and the video that they recorded of him, you need to hear it. It was great. It's Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic.
The Fanatic.
9:47 here on Kincade Salciunas, 97.5 The Fanatic. Connor, let us know what the poll of the day is saying. Dr. Abidon Appel, Iron Mountain Men's Health, keeps the poll strong 4 hours every single morning for us. I know it's about the Phillies. Johnny Vegas keeping his eye on some things. What do we have on the poll?
Interesting.
Yeah, so our question today on the poll is what the Phillies are going to do with the potential firings today. Who is most likely to lose their job today for the Phillies? 29% are saying no changes, but 40% saying Rob Thompson, which is our leading vote getter of somebody getting fired. 22% are saying Kevin Long, only 9% saying Dave Dombrowski.
So Johnny Vegas over here.
Interesting news.
Is scanning the markets.
How about we are the fourth most likely manager to be fired next in baseball? Now that Alex Cora has been fired, the fourth best odds is Rob Thompson.
So who's won? Mendoza?
Yeah. Mendoza's ahead of him. Two other managers ahead of him. That tells me that Vegas is believing he's not getting fired.
Who are the other two?
I'm sorry. I'll have to.
That's fine.
I'll have to pull it up again.
That's fine.
I didn't really look
Maybe
at
the
that.
Mets
I
don't
just
have-
saw it as 4.
Are the Mets off today?
He's 4th.
The Mets are off today.
But his odds are 4th. So that and it's his odds are distinctly worse than 3 other guys. So
yeah, I don't know. This is why I say I don't think a change is coming today. And I'm not trying to defend the Phillies or say it's right or say that they shouldn't. I just don't feel like they've reached that point yet. And
what point have they reached? Here, like I'm curious. Like, if they don't do something today, like why wouldn't they? I need you to make the case why they would not do something today.
The only case I can make is that when you look around at other people fired, either it's been less success long term or it hasn't been as long of time with the team. Like they've kept this core together for 4 years, not just the players, but the coaching staff. And to do that in April, 10 games under 500, it feels early-ish if you believed in those guys enough to start. Now, the problem is a lot of the fan base did not believe in those guys.
A lot of the fan base did not.
That's why I'm not defending saying they're right. I'm saying that's why I'm not totally feeling a move today.
Yeah, look, Dave Dombrowski has had, Dave Dombrowski is on an all-time cold streak right now. Since just another offseason last year where they didn't really address, they needed a right-handed bat, they signed Max Kepler, right? That starts last year. Great trade for Johan Duran. Can't take that away from him. I thought it was a great trade. I don't care about an 18-year-old prospect that people shed tears over.
And you're going to get a great return on him when he is traded at the trade deadline, when he will be traded.
So he then has the press conference where people ripped him to shreds. There were some bootlickers and some Kool-Aid drinkers that agreed that the Phillies were that close. We're finding out how wrong that was.
No,
all right, we felt like the Blue Jays took him to 7 games. The Phillies won 1 game.
They were not close.
So he has that press conference. Then he has a horrible offseason. He had a horrific offseason. There was nothing about this offseason where I was like, wow, good on Dave Dombrowski. The pivot from Bo Bichette to JT Realmuto and Alec Boehm because they realized they didn't get Bichette. I'm not saying Bo Bichette stinks right now with the Mets, but they admitted to you that they wanted to bring in somebody else to replace 2 other people. When they did not get it, they said, all right, fine. Boehm's under contract. We'll do another year Boehm. But here's a 3-year contract to a guy you would have been totally okay with not bringing back in JT Realmuto. Realmuto in his press conference thought that he was going to be playing elsewhere.
And nobody was offering him more than 1 year.
He gave him 3.
There was no reason to do the deal. There was none. And if you're telling me look how he handles the pitching staff. They have the worst pitching staff in baseball right now.
It's been a rough start.
So what difference you could have Marchand could have the worst pitching staff in baseball. Garrett Stubbs could be catching the worst pitching staff in baseball.
You could have had a 1-year bridge with a Carantini
so overstated.
or something.
Overstated.
I would have taken Realmuto back for 1 year. I said that 1,000 times.
I would have too. And guess what? I would have paid him the 15 for 1 year. If you told me it was 1 year and they gave him 15 or 12 or whatever, I would have been like, okay, good.
3
1 year,
years,
I'm
dude.
fine.
3 years.
So dumb. So dumb.
All right. Hopefully the Flyers make us happy today.
That'd be great.
By ending the series. Before we talk about tonight's game. So last week, Johnny, we gave away a pair of tickets to Game 3. And we wanted the biggest lunatic to win.
He did.
And Mason from the Northeast was a freaking lunatic on the air. And then he called in the next day, and his voice was shot. Now, if some of you think, all right, maybe this was performative. Maybe like, hey, he just wanted the tickets, so he went all out for that one voice memo.
No, that wasn't the case.
After the game yesterday, I want to give the group proper credit. Ray Dunn's been doing man on the street stuff.
Enterprise Sports Philly.
Enterprise Sports Philly had a guy with a microphone. They were doing content outside of the Xfinity Mobile Arena. Mason finds the camera and the microphone, and I'll just let you play it.
It's for my guys over at 97.5. It's for my guys over at 97.5.
What do you want to say to him?
I'm Mason from the Northeast. I'm the guy that called in. You gave me these 2 tickets tonight. This is my shout out to you guys. And I brought it. I brought that heart. I brought everything I've got and started this game. So let's go Flyers! I'll see you Saturday, and then baby, let me in my goddamn mother's kitchen broom.
Well, he didn't need the broom, and they unfortunately didn't sweep the Penguins. But the point stands.
We love him.
We asked him to be a lunatic.
He's the greatest. I love it. I love the people on my timeline that were very, very excited by him. He is a fantastic guy.
I love Northeast Philadelphia. Really great spot.
He was fantastic.
He was on a roll, man. You just got to let him go. He was on a damn roll.
Then I had some of Liv's friends wanting to find out who is the guy with the microphone. So they were trying to see who was the guy. They thought for some reason, since I had shared the video, that I knew the guy on the microphone. I do not. But if the guy with the microphone wants to reach out, I have some young ladies that are interested in him.
There you go, matchmaker over here.
So
Johnny Matchmaker.
Just saying, if he's interested, I have some young ladies who might be interested in him.
There you go. Look, Johnny's helping people out.
So no, but they just thought since I shared the video, they're like, "Does he work for you?" I'm like, "No." He doesn't.
All right, do the Flyers end it tonight?
I got a feeling they do in overtime.
The Penguins, minus 137. Vegas going momentum Pittsburgh tonight.
Yeah, I think the home team and everything like that. I have a feeling it's going to be the Flyers. I'm going to go 4-3 in overtime.
I like that. That's a fun way to end it. Before you take on the Hurricanes.
I'll be ready to puke.
Who swept Ottawa.
They did.
They made that was.
By the way, got some other numbers for you here. The Brady Tkachuk numbers.
Okay.
Flyers have now bolted up the standings as far as teams most likely to make a move for Brady Tkachuk. 4th. What can you imagine? Can you freaking imagine if Danny Briere, this team wins a playoff series, and then they brought Brady Tkachuk to the
That would be nice.
Can you imagine the offseason?
Well, remember, they were going to be in on the top free agents. Those free agents got scooped up early.
The teams you're going to have to give up. You're going to have to give up some assets.
Yeah.
You're going to have to give up some. But can you imagine?
This is just the beginning, Johnny, and it ends tonight. Flyers beat Pittsburgh in 5. Let's go, Flyers.
Let's do it, Flyers.
All right, everybody have a great rest of the day. Middays with Marks comes your way next. Do they get the breaking news of something Phillies related? I'm expecting it. It's Kincade and Salciunas. We'll be back at it tomorrow here on The Fanatic.